This happened about 10 years ago, almost to the date exactly. Now, I was working as a park ranger at the time and stationed in one of the cabins not far from the site. I actually really enjoyed being in this cabin and I actually have fond memories and really good times of being there. But one particular event has really stuck with me since then, and it's something that I've never been able to get out of my head since. Let me explain. While being stationed there, like I said, I had a good time, and usually we'd have some cabin buddies, which are other rangers who'd also be staying up there. It was just more convenient than going all the way back into town, especially when you had to work relatively later into the evenings. Now, to be truthfully honest, I was often scared of doing the night work because you can't really tell what's out there, and it can make normal situations much more dangerous than what they should be. Now, every so often I'd have to do general patrols and make sure that no hikers were still around past the closing times. Now, on the first day that I had to do so, everything was normal. When I get through the most dense part of the forest with my flashlight and I notice one more person, I turn off my light not to blind them, and they're pretty much just standing there dead in the middle of the trail. I say to them, "Hey, you can't actually be there," and they don't react. I say, "Hey, you've got to get out of here, the trail's about to close." And it sounds almost like they've agreed, saying something that I can't really hear, but I just know that I'm gonna check back again pretty soon and they should be gone, so I turn around. Now, I could never make out too much of a face or anything, but I know that this person's quite tall, and I don't know, something about how stern the way they were standing there not moving kind of scared me. Now, I continue the rest of the search that I need to do for other hikers who haven't got out of there, and I go past the parking lot or area and I realise that no other cars are there, so they're probably gone now. I decide to do my final check and make sure this person is gone, and I go to that area and I can't see anyone. Now, one thing that was weird is I can see some shoes there. They don't look like they're very new, and they don't seem suited for the environment. They almost look like dress shoes, but very dated ones, and I think this is bizarre. I decide to collect them, and I go put them under a tree. We actually didn't have much space to keep people's belongings, and we can't keep everything for everyone, so if anyone wants to mention it, that's the reason why. So yeah, I still know where they were, and they'd be out of the elements, so that should be fine. I complete my search and I realise that all of the hikers have now gone home, and I'm quite happy about this, and I sip my coffee. I actually had decaf coffee because even though I had to stay up late, I didn't want to wreck my sleeping pattern. If you do night work like this, it can actually be really easy to use caffeine to completely switch your circadian rhythm, but this was something that I wasn't trying to do at the time, so after enjoying my decaf, I ended up falling asleep. Now, I didn't fall asleep for too long, and I'm actually awoken by some sound outside. I had my ranger buddy with me there, so I felt a bit more safe than normal, and my friend's already up and looking out the door. He says, "That's odd. I could have swore that I heard you saying something, but when I checked you were sound asleep." I say, "Yeah, I was. What do you mean? Was I sleep talking?" He says, No. I heard something outside, and I don't know, it's pretty odd." I say, "Let's have a look then," and we both get up and investigate with our torches. All we can hear when we get outside, however, is the sounds of lots of different crickets and other insects, and I immediately get bit and decide to head in again. Now, this is pretty weird. I haven't experienced anything like this before, and I decide that we should just go back in again. I'm actually quite nervous because I haven't really spoke before, so I know that something's definitely wrong. We ended up putting it down to just my friend imagining it, but he's pretty convinced that we definitely heard something. We decide that we should just get a good night's sleep and try and forget about it, and things are normal for the next couple of days. Eventually my cabin buddy has to leave, so it's just me on my own, but I actually don't mind that. Sometimes I like the privacy of it, and just being out there alone can feel quite nice at times, and I set about my usual day. Now there's a really nice mist that's formed, and the nature looks especially nice today. There's not really too much for most of this day, and I actually have a normal coffee because I'm not far being let off this shift and onto a normal one, and I'm quite grateful for this. The rain does pick up in the day, and it makes the train a lot worse, which is no issue really. One thing I notice is that when it rains there's a lot less people out than normal, so it's actually a lot easier for us to do our work, and sometimes the plants and things can smell nicer in the rain. So I head in again and get ready for the night. My shift is over now and I'm just relaxing really. I was trying to read a book, but I'm actually struggling a bit. I don't know why, I just couldn't seem to concentrate on the book, and it was almost like my brain just wanted me to do other things, so I put it down and I go and stand just outside of the cabin. All of the other cabins around me are empty now, so I just stargaze for a little bit. Now while stargazing, I feel an insect tap my neck. It's almost like it flew into me, flew off, flew into me, and then flew off again like it was taking bites out of me, but it felt pretty strong. I think this is annoying, and I slap my neck only to hurt myself when I laugh. I then head back in again. I do think this is odd though, because I've never felt a bite that strong before. Weirdly, inspecting in the mirror, I don't actually see anything on me, and I head back in ready for sleep. Now, as I'm laying in bed, I can hear somebody say something. I say, "What'd you say, bud?" Half expecting it to be my friend there, not realising that he's left in my dreary state of mind. I then wake up and I can still hear this. It almost sounds like, you know when you're playing a song on your phone and didn't realise and suddenly try and stop it? It was kind of like that. I couldn't make out exactly what they were saying, but there was definitely something in the background, but it sounded like it was coming from a phone, which is really weird. But I didn't have my phone on then. I switched it off to save the battery, and I didn't trust leaving them plugged in overnight. I have an alarm clock too, so I don't need it. I then get up, and I can see something by the window. It looks like a hand trying to come in when I hear 3 distinct taps. And I can see 3 elongated fingers that are a grey-black kind of colour slowly tap on the window with impossibly long nails. Now, I thought it was one of the other rangers just messing with me because he knew I was out here on my own, and I quickly get up and rush to the door and jump out and say surprise. Now, I was surprised to find nobody else there. It almost felt like a ghost had walked through me, and I suddenly feel much smaller. I shine the torch around and can't see anything, and I quickly scan the area, and I realise now that nobody else is there. I bolt back in and slam the door shut, push the blinds down and look out constantly. I had saw something and heard it tap on the window 3 times, and that freaks me the heck out. I then realised too that this must have been the exact same force as when I thought I felt that thing tap in my neck. Now maybe that was the same thing. I then realised that maybe there's something on the roof, and every so often I can hear creaking sounds. I go to venture out bravely to investigate this, and I hear what sounds like a cat fighting on the roof, but it's a much different sound from a normal cat. It's much deeper and more scary, to be honest. I ran outside and sprint over to the next cabin which I have the key in. I then shine the light around towards the roof but can't see anything. I then slam the door behind myself and cower into the toilet, barricading myself in. Stupidly, I left my radio and other equipment I needed in the other cabin, but that's fine, I felt safer in this one. The walls are a bit thicker and it hasn't really got many windows and they're all well covered. I probably stayed in there cowered into the corner for probably 2 or 3 hours until eventually I drifted off. Upon waking, initially I didn't remember what had happened the previous night. I think it might have been from the adrenaline making me especially tired, but I found myself leaving the cabin and realising what had happened the night before. As I come outside and close the door behind me, I realise something's very odd. There's 3 distinctive scratch marks on the cabin door, and you can tell that they're fresh. They're probably about an inch or so in diameter, and clearly made from some kind of animal, but this definitely wasn't a bear. I quickly gather my things and check out off of the shift. There was nobody covering me because I was the only person staying there, so I didn't have to warn anybody about what happened, but to be truthfully honest, this experience 10 years ago still haunts me. The thing that I really don't like is that I can't tell for certain whether it was an insect biting me or something touching my neck, or what actually happened to me that day. Maybe it's some kind of weird worm or something, but I don't know. It almost looked like some kind of creature's hands were tapping on the window trying to get my attention. The sounds I heard on the roof could have been any animal, but I don't know. Now, this was before the DNR was forced to admit to the release of cougars in the state to control the deer population. We were fishing, myself, husband, 6-year-old and 3-year-old, and kept hearing rustling behind us about 20 yards. Told husband that I thought I heard a low growl. Of course he hadn't, so it was all in my head. Fast forward an hour to when we're packing up our gear to leave and he hears a growl finally. Looks at me terrified because it was close and we're a good half a mile or more from the car. Now I figure out very quickly how to get 2 kids into a single stroller. I walk closer to the river, husband between us and woods, both adults terrified the whole time. Kids thinking it's fun to ride together, get everybody to the car and flip on the lights before starting the car, only to see a cougar turn and sprint back into the woods again. Now this happened when I was about 15, 6 or 7 years ago, when I finally grew old enough to become a counsellor at a summer camp I had attended annually for most of my childhood. The camp is in Camo Anchorage in Plymouth, Wisconsin if you want to check it out. You would imagine that a summer camp as large and old as this would have its fair share of scary stories and camp legends, but from my experience that wasn't really the case. Ghost stories around the campfire were of course popular, but there weren't really any specific ones about the camp itself, that is, except for one commonly accepted notion among the staff: Thunderbird Cabin 2 is haunted. See, the camp is separated into a boys and girls side. All these sides are further divided into sections, with names like Lakeview, Timber Trail, or of course, Thunderbird. Counsellors would rotate through sections throughout the summer. During this particular week of this story, I was stationed in Thunderbird and was assigned with another counsellor. Now for this we'll just give him a different name. Now Keegan, to watch over the infamous cabin 2. Stories about the cabin varied. Entities outside of the window, goatmen, scratching and strange sounds at odd hours of the night, whatever. The diverse and often hyperbolized nature of these stories actually led me to doubt some of the legitimacy of them all. It's much more likely that there was logical explanations to these, but who come up with Thunderbird 2 being haunted in the first place anyway? But yeah, I do not believe in ghosts or paranormal, but I know why experience doesn't really have much logic from where I'm thinking. Anyway, it goes like this. This week, I was assigned to watch the 2 youngest groups of boys, about 6 to 8. We like to have everybody in bed early since the young kids can be restless, and they need time to wind down. This particular night, things went smoothly for Keegan and I, who had gotten all of the kids seemingly asleep rather quickly. Being a little bit older, we would stay up or chat or read, and this night was no different. We both sat in Keegan's bunk, sharing a pair of earbuds and watching videos. It's important to describe to you the layout of the cabin. They were simplistic, rectangular, raised wood cabins, The inner perimeter is kind of lined with bunk beds and housed about 20 to 30 campers and 2 counsellors. Small, high-set rectangular windows along the sides provide moderate light at night from the moon. Anyway, we're watching a video and all of the kids are asleep. It's dead quiet inside. You can barely hear the crackling of the dwindling campfire outside and the muffled normal sounds of the Midwest forest at night. That is, until something disturbs the peace. The unmistakable sound of somebody shaking in the sleeping bag breaks the silence. It's clear from the noise and the vibrations that one of the campers is basically flailing in their bunk. Their sleeping bag is rustling. The metal bunk is squeaking and the sound of their body bouncing on the mattress makes the door thumping. Keegan and I quickly take out the earbuds and pause for a moment to listen. We both then look at each other, and I'm actually worried that someone's having a seizure maybe. And then on the other side of the cabin we hear the same noise, the same vibration, only this time it's only a few seconds after the first camper starts to shake, a second one does, then another and another. Within 7 or 8 seconds, literally, every kid in there is flailing in their bags. The sound of rustling fabric is really all you can hear. In the pale moonlight, you could also see the outlines of their bodies bouncing a little, and basically the entire cabin is vibrating at this point. Keegan and I are frozen, wide-eyed, terrified. We each have the same frightened look. It's clear that neither of us have any idea what's going on or what to do, so we sit there paralyzed. Some time now passes and we're collectively trying to figure out what's going on. Another 20 or 30 seconds after this, it stops like a light has switched. All of the campers stop moving and go perfectly still, back to sleep undisturbed. Still immobilized with fear, Keegan and I sit completely still, not talking or moving, scared. I'm assuming this was simply the beginning of something worse. Unsure whether to run to check the campers, minutes go by. Both of us looking around, eyes darting to the door, the surrounding bunks, and both of us brace for the impending doom. I'm not sure how, but at the same time, both of us silently conclude that we should bolt. As fast as we can, we leap from the bunk and sprint to the door, into the clearing of the accompanying cabins. The only person still outside is our senior counsellor scrolling on his phone by the campfire. He's surprised to see us both dash out of the cabin the way that we did. Panicking, we try and explain what the heck just happened, but he brushes it off, but agrees to check the cabin. And you can guess, he doesn't see or hear anything but peacefully sleeping campers. We then reluctantly return to the cabins and get in our bed, still on very high alert. I lay awake for some time, braced and waiting for something, but alas, I drift off at some point. Now you wouldn't believe it. In the morning, none of the kids claimed to know anything about what happened the previous night. They all claim to have fallen asleep like any other night, and the phenomenon doesn't continue any other night. As someone who is wholly skeptic, and as previously stated doesn't believe in anything other than well-sounded scientific observations, I struggle to think of what could have caused this. I want to think it was a prank, but I just don't think they could have coordinated it so well like that, and why wouldn't they be laughing or saying anything the next day? Now I really don't know what to think of this. Now, in my experience, the creepiest thing that you can see out on the trail is a sketchy person or drifter. Now, I was on a weekend hike with a friend and we come across a man standing just off the trail staring at us as we approached. I offered him a greeting. Don't remember exactly what I said, no I suppose. He had cold eyes and was generally giving us the spooks. We were pretty far out from the nearest town and he had zero hiking gear, normal clothes that looked clean enough. We passed him and kept trudging on up the trail. Now, I glanced back over my pack and the guy literally turned, walked into the brush and just vanished. We then stopped hiking in that area ever again. Now, I had a weird experience about a year and a half ago out in Colorado. Now, this was while hiking up a steep ridgeline, and my friend suddenly grabbed me and put a finger up over his mouth, signifying to be quiet. I looked over the left side of the trail, and about 50 yards away, there was a large white wolf. We stood there still for about 5 minutes while it walks away in the opposite direction. I don't know if it's worth mentioning, but we slept in the car the night before at the trailhead, and I remembered that we heard some odd sounds the night before, very close to the car and actually growling. We slept in the car with all the windows down, and I remembered it kind of freaked me out a bit. Now, it wasn't necessarily creepy, but really a surreal incident that spooked the heck out of me, and I'm just grateful that we had the car to sleep in. Now, when I was very new to hunting, my brother and I were up in this sort of open-ended, horseshoe-shaped canyon up in the mountains hunting elks with bows. Joe Rogan. We both had radios so we could talk to each other. Right around the bottom of the horseshoe, the foliage opened up and I could see my brother right down below me, about 100 yards down the canyon. I kept an eye on him so I could match his pace and kept walking forward when I saw something exit in the foliage that he had just exited. Now, I didn't have any binoculars, but I do actually have my rangefinder, which has a small zoomed-in ability. I take it out and look at the thing, and there's a cougar down in a stalking distance following my brother. I got on the radio and tell him not to move, telling him that there's a cougar that's following us, so he just stops dead in his tracks. He didn't even try and use the radio. I felt like I was watching the thing forever before it turned around and left. It's terrifying that those things are so silent. Like, it was so quiet up on the mountain. All you hear is footsteps in the snow and maybe a little wind. So much so that my brother actually has no idea that it's behind him. Now, I wanted to write down my own experience because it still freaks me out thinking about it. Now, just down the road from where we live, a few years ago, I had previously lived in Southeast Australia, in the opening into about 100 acres of woodland and brush that I frequently went to when I was younger, and just did normal things like camping and riding, etc. Now, I was out driving at around 11:30 with my girlfriend, as we're in the area, and I decided to show her the woodlands that are there. And she loves everything to do with nature, and it's also summer, so a very warm night. Now, I left my car with the light shining into the trees, as we weren't going too far in, and it was pitch black inside, and the two of us just kind of sat there talking, just, relaxing generally. Now, she was sitting on a sort of map of that area that had been put in some plastic, and I was keeping an eye on the trees as I had a feeling that something was just wrong. I've read on here a few people have said that they have a feeling that they're in danger, although nothing around them can visibly make that happen. Now, every sense was almost reaching out and my adrenaline was up, but there wasn't really anything in my eyeline that seemed any different. After lighting another cigarette to calm my nerves, I scanned the tree line and again realized that it looks different to prior. It was only after starting to look into the dark that I saw there was moonlight now lighting up grass where it couldn't have been before, as there was a black shape blocking it, which I thought was a tree previously. I got goosebumps just typing this, but the only way to describe it was everything was just sound and calm, now suddenly dead silent a few seconds later. This disgusting feeling of dread washes over me, and I saw emotion in the dark to the path as this thing crawls on all fours. Now, I've seen pretty much every animal that lives in the outback, and we don't have large predators like in the US or Europe, so somehow I knew this thing was a predator, and it wasn't hiding itself from us, instead slowly coming towards us. I don't know if my girlfriend saw it at night, but I couldn't look away. But just as it reaches the line, my car lights are able to illuminate it and it rears up on two legs and just sat there staring at us. I'm 6'4" and this thing was about a meter larger than me, with arms that are far too long for it, that could have reached near the ground. And it was weird how it was kind of white but almost yellowish, with the dim light just about making up the silhouette of its head of a dog or wolf. I wasn't able to move as it stared at me, but it's now my girlfriend gasps. She's clearly seen what I have seen, and whatever I was staring at seems to prevent me from thinking logically. I grab her by the arm and sprinted to my car, slamming the doors, and tore out of there as fast as I can, both of us too scared to speak until about half an hour later. We both discussed it many times, and the feeling that we had is what I imagine is what a rabbit feels when it sees a wolf or fox staring at it. Neither of us have been able to come up with an explanation as to what this is, and I've never really been able to make any sense of it. Now, I was driving alone in a national park very far from people on a bright full moon night, huge clear moon, the kind that you can honestly read by. The road went straight along to the bottom of a wide, mostly barren valley, then blanketed up and sharply left onto the ridge. It was about 10 PM and I drove through the valley on full alert, watching for animals and loving the scenery in the crazy bright moonlight. When I hit the curve and went into the sharp uphill left, I saw something through my side window. White thing. It was rapidly getting larger in my peripheral vision, as though it had almost been moving parallel to me, but the turn in the road meant that I was now in its path, so I turned my head and looked directly there. It was white, man-shaped, almost naked. It was a deathly nauseating white with a grease shine, completely hairless. It was crawling on its hands and knees, but about half the size of the car, and it was coming so very, very fast. It almost had a rubbery face, distorted by hate or a scream, black eyes that actually reflect in the moonlight. Now for the look on its face, honestly, I can't even tell you. I can still make myself feel sick from the memory. I believe that it was intelligent, and that it wanted to tear me apart with its teeth. The speed is horrifying. It went from being a small white spot to a spitting distance in a time that it took for me to make the turn. When I unfroze myself and hit the gas, it was on the road and I braced for it to run in front of the car, and then it was gone. The rearview mirror showed me nothing. I have never really told anybody. I have seen a few minor glitchy / ghosty things over the year, but this is the most scary and I don't know what it was. Now I've looked into skinwalkers and Wendigo ideas, and it's a case of almost but not quite. Are any skinwalkers ever seen without skin, and can Wendigos be stocky instead of shiny? Then maybe I am most intrigued by the Massachusetts story. Now, this happened in Newfoundland. Newfoundlanders have no trouble telling ghost stories, and a lot of them believe in fairies, but I've not heard of a creature like this before. As for the bear idea, Newfoundland has only black bears. I've even tried to sell myself it was a badly lost wet polar bear, but the way that I saw it just doesn't make sense in how it was crawling. Now it looked like I was watching a crawling man. I spent a lot of time in that area and encouraged storytelling in the bar, but nothing like this has ever got mentioned. I still don't know what to think of it. Now, I'm somebody who's had the pleasure of working as a park ranger for a number of years. Now, I don't think you can beat a job like this, well that's for me anyway. Just being out in nature alone, getting some of the views that you do, I think really outweighs any of the benefits of most other jobs. Now, like in most jobs, I had my fair share of weird experiences, but from my experience as a ranger, they were mostly positive. In fact, massively outweighing anything negative. I had one or two weird things happen, but nothing too bad that I couldn't really explain. I even had some encounters with wild animals, but that was cool, I guess, in the end. I did have a strange thing that I'd like to share with everybody today, just to get your view on it and ask what you think happened. Now, I wasn't actually on duty on this particular day. I was on a trip with a friend of mine. Now, we're just going on a hiking trip, nothing too out of the ordinary. Now, destination was what my friend supposed were some cool cabins he'd seen before, that apparently people didn't use anymore, but we were welcome to stay in. I never questioned why we were welcome to stay there. I did until a few days before, and he said, well, nobody else uses them. And I should have said no to this idea, but to be honest, I thought it was a pretty cool thing to do. I'd known this friend for a number of years, and we used to train together at the gym. To be honest, he was always late, and it was kind of annoying, but I guess that's just how he is. And funnily enough, before we set out on this adventure, he was late too. But I was kind of expecting it, so actually showed up later than the agreed time that we were going to meet. Now, my friend also likes being in the outdoors, but he hasn't played the game for as long as me, and he's not really as good at it. He's pretty good being outside, but to be honest, he often has to ask me for help. But he can be brave sometimes, and I think that's important, and you know, he has the adventurous spirit in him. So, we set out on the first part of our hike and everything's pretty good. We ended up going quite a long way off the path because we really want to have an adventure here, and even if there might be some danger, we're kind of up for it. Now, we probably hiked out for the first day at a pretty good speed, until eventually my friend got a bit tired. He hasn't really got good cardiovascular fitness, and I could really tell on this part of the journey. Every so often we'd have to stop, and I basically ended up taking some of the load off of him. I don't know, it just made it a little bit easier for what we were doing. Now, as we're walking, everything's normal, and we get to our first camping spot. It's quite a cool area, and nothing's out of the ordinary here. We feel pretty good and relaxed, and we're just sharing stories of funny things that happened in our time. I remembered one really funny thing was a guy that was a little bit weird and another guy that was weird but aggressive sometimes got stuck in the same room together. We don't know how we broke the door, but funnily enough it was on a Friday evening, so it meant if we left them there, nobody probably would have come to rescue them. One of my friends was just sitting there completely calm and normal, just annoyed, and the other one was staring at us through the glass, which we found hilarious. It was a really good college memory, I guess, and one that I cherish, and I wish we'd taken a picture of it. We kept on reminiscing about the old days and just saying what we wanted to do, and my friend said that he wanted to get in some kind of design jobs, but he wasn't sure what, because he was changing lanes. He used to work as an engineer to a degree, but he didn't really enjoy it. You know when people act too rough and broody? He said it was kind of like that constantly, and it just became annoying and gave him a headache, and I told him that I could understand. Now, I'd also worked in similar jobs before, and it used to do my head in a bit, but I don't know, I guess it's each to their own. So we just talked about a number of different things, and my friend also said he wants to get back into training. Now the thing was, I'd lost a lot of my gym gains at the time from working, so I didn't really know how I felt about starting again, but we're just talking about things like this and having a really grand old time. We eventually fall off to sleep and wake up the next day for the part 2 of the hike. Now this part of the hike actually takes us into a different terrain. This time, we're going to be walking through somewhere that's got larger trees and I guess just more life around us. It's kind of cool because when we're walking we can see some butterflies and things like that, which really set the tone for a nice hike. Now again, this friend doesn't really know as much as I do, so I'm pretty much leading the way here, just he's given me the general direction of the cabins. He then decides to tell me that there's been reports of weird things happening around those cabins. Apparently, there's some weird people that live around there that you have to be careful of, and animals and things like that, but I don't really believe it too much. Especially doing the job that I do, I know it's very, very rare that you'll meet anybody out in the woods, but most of the times they've just become lost and actually need your help. We're not seeing any aliens or things like that, or ghosts or anything, so I'm pretty confident and just tell my friend to kind of knock it off a bit and stay focused. As we're walking too, my friend constantly tells me that he thinks we're being followed by an animal. I ask him what kind of animal and he says, I don't know. Every so often I kind of see it in the background, but I'm not really sure what it is. I ask him to describe it and he says he can just see a silhouette almost tracing us every so often. And he says that he could have sworn as he fell asleep the previous night, he saw something staring at him with somewhat glowing eyes. I then tell him that this was probably some kind of insect or reflection and not to worry about it too much, and he doesn't worry much. My friend isn't much of a worrier too. He could kind of laugh off anything and I actually enjoyed being around people like that. It just made trips like these a lot more pleasant, to be honest, and it was something that I could enjoy. Now, we continue on our great adventure, and we don't seem to be getting much closer to these cabins. I say, hey, can you put a swimming pool in mine? And my friend says, what? I say, you're going to give me a basketball court soon. My friend then finally catches on that I'm joking with him and just saying that it's all in his head. I didn't believe him. I was completely convinced that we weren't going to find any cabins or anything and that we're just going to be out here and use our tents. That's why I made sure that I brought a really good tent with me. Now, one bizarre thing that I do realise while we're walking is there seems to be quite a big bird around. Every so often, just out of my peripheral vision, I can catch what seems to be quite a large bird flying away every so often, but not making too much noise. You can only really hear it if you notice and stop for a few moments, but I don't know, it just seemed a little weird. I didn't know that there was supposed to be any big birds out here, but maybe it's an eagle or something. So with this in mind, I'm a little bit more observant and I continue walking on. We have quite a lot of forest up ahead of us. We're on quite a nice path, but there is a bit of a drop that leads into some running water next to us, so we have to be careful. I also don't want to hike in the night because I know if we fall down there within seconds you could get carried away by the rapids and probably never seen again. My friend was actually worried of this too, and he told me a couple of times, and I say, yeah, we're gonna get back soon, don't worry about it, buddy. Now, we keep on walking through what seems to be impossibly tall trees and denser forest. It's quite nice, but it's rained recently and it's a bit annoying because every time that we're walking we're getting water on our faces. Also, the path that we're walking on, if you could call it that, is getting narrower and narrower, and it's becoming quite annoying trying to get through to the camping site. I really don't want to have to set up camp randomly, but I can't really see many clearings where we are. I decide that the best option is just to keep on going, and hopefully we're going to find an area that has a flat opening, or somewhere that we can get to that we're not going to be in trouble if we tent into the side of it. After probably another 10 more minutes of walking, we finally come up to a relative clear zone. I start setting up the tent and my friend starts trying to get dinner ready. He's struggling at first and I have to stop and help him, and we agree to switch roles. I eventually get the food on pretty quick and I'm excited to tuck into it. Now, while I'm doing so, I say some joke to my friend and he doesn't reply. I then say it again and I don't hear anything back from him, which I think is pretty odd, and I go over to him. He seems to be locked into one place, almost fixated, and I can't tell exactly what he's looking at. It takes me a couple of seconds and he just points in a direction, and to my amazement, there seems to be the silhouette of something stalking us almost. It's a bit hard to describe, but it's a very dark silhouette just off in the tree line, kind of peering over at us, but I know this isn't possible. There shouldn't be anybody out here. Plus, we haven't seen anybody on the whole first day and second of our hike, so this is pretty weird. I go to wave and my friend looks at me like I've just committed an atrocity in front of him. I'm not feeling as scared as he is, but weirdly this figure doesn't move. It looks like quite a tall person, like a man specifically, maybe 6.5 feet tall, wearing a dark black coat, but I can't really see much else. One thing I noticed about this person is that they have very, very broad shoulders, and I thought maybe they had something in there. It almost looked like they were wearing it with a coat hanger. It was that strange. And silently, it slowly turns away and walks back into the forest. Okay, now that's pretty odd. I look at my friend and he nods at me, and we retreat back towards our campsite. I say, hey, don't worry about it. It's probably just another hiker that doesn't want to be seen, or maybe he's hunting or something like that. I stumble on my words, now getting a little bit worried as I hear a twig snap near me. My friend says, hey, we've got to head back, but I say, no, we can't. We're going to have to hike in the dark for literally a day if we do this. Somewhat frustrated, my friend sits down and I say, look, we should probably just keep watch out this night just to make sure nothing happens, but don't worry. I've been in situations like this before with my job, and I know the best thing to do is to remain calm and not panic, and my friend reluctantly agrees. We eventually get ready to sleep and we stay on watch for a couple of hours before getting into the tent. Now, I manage to drift off, then wake up again, hearing some kind of rustling in the trees. I wake up very dazed and probably exhausted from the hike to this point. Maybe not exhausted, but very tired, and I peer out, and I can just about make out some red glowing things in the distance. I pull my head down and rub my eyes, but when I look up again, it's gone. I don't really know what this is, and it's pretty confusing, to be honest. I ended up sitting there for another 5 or 10 minutes just trying to make out anything in the inky blackness around me, but all I can see is the stars now as my eyes adjust. Now, a little bit confused, I just put it down to being tired and weary and head back inside my tent. I wake up the next day and my friend doesn't have any idea about any of it. I start saying, hey, did you hear or see anything? And he said, no, I slept like really well, man. Honestly, I felt good. And I say, yeah, right, and decide not to tell him about the thing that I've just seen. I don't want to scare my friend too much, but I've got to admit it to you guys, this is really weird. I kind of know if I see things when I'm tired, because it never happens, so this is weird. Now we pack up our things and continue on the next part of our journey. This should take us into the exact area that the cabins exist in my friend's head are. I can't wait to clown him about it, and I'm constantly making jokes about it. My friend takes it well and starts to joke back with me. We come up to a small bridge which I didn't notice before that looks absolutely ancient, which I think is pretty cool. My friend's too scared to go across it, and I kind of just walk along the edges and make it across. He then does the same as well, but says, hey, do you see that? And I say, what? He then looks at me dead in the face and says, I saw something that doesn't look right. I said, where? He said, it's gone now. I said, for a second, what did you see? And he tells me, well, just ahead of where we're walking, I swear to God, I saw a large I don't know what this thing was, but big tall person wearing some kind of weird cloak or something, just staring at us before walking behind a tree and disappearing. I say, look, we've got to get to the bottom of this, and I say that I'm going to press forward. Now, I didn't really believe my friend again because he's so paranoid that I'm certain this is only existing in his mind. I walk a little bit further ahead and eventually make it to the exact spot that my friend supposed that he saw somebody, and there's absolutely nothing there once again. I just turn around and look at my friend and put my hands up as if to say, well, and he shakes his head and said, God, I must just be dehydrated or something, but I was convinced I saw something. I say, yeah, just don't worry about it, let's just get out of here, and he agrees. I then say, we've got your cabin to look forward to, and he starts to get a bit annoyed. I decide to cut off the jokes and we continue going. Now, I've got to admit, I was feeling a little more unsettled than I was at the start of the trip. I still haven't told my friend about what I'd seen in the night, or at least thought I did, but it was pretty weird. Now the chances of somebody actually being out here following us is very low, because they'd have to be hiking and camping parallel to us. Now, it's very improbable, but it would mean if it was the case, then we might be in some kind of trouble here. I was starting to get a bit worried, but luckily I had a satellite phone, so if we needed help I could probably radio in for some, or at least report what had happened. Now we make it up to the area where the cabins are, and there's nothing. I then start bursting out laughing, and my friend says, "Why are you laughing? They're literally there." I then say, "Where?" And to my amazement, there are about a set of 5 or 6 cabins that have been abandoned long ago, just off in the distance. Stunned, I then be completely quiet and just laugh at the fact that I didn't see those. I say sorry to my friend and he says, "Yeah, it's fine, it's cool, let's just go over there." Now, I was a little bit underwhelmed because they just look like normal regular old cabins, but my friend seems quite excited at this find. Now, this is meant to be the highlight of our adventure, but I guess it was kind of overshadowed by the weird things that were happening at this point. Now, we eventually make it up towards it, and we're not too far away when I decide to stop and scout out the area. I'm looking around and I can't believe it. There up on one of the hills is someone standing there staring at us, again with very broad shoulders, and this time seeming to be wearing some kind of feathered coat, almost like a grey-black colour. Now, I kid you not, I'm sure I could just about see some kind of glowing red dots around where his face should have been. My friend is just going on about something else and stops, wondering why I'm not replying, and then we both look and stare up in the same area. Now, my friend drops his bottle on the floor and quickly jumps next to me, and whatever this thing is slowly turns away and over the hill. Now at this point I'm getting a bit worried and night's starting to set in, and I haven't really got a good visual on what this thing is. Now I'm pretty sure this is just a lost hiker and we're staring at their headlamp, and this is what I say to my friend, but he has a different theory on it, saying this is something different. Now, I haven't really got the best of eyes, but my friend does, and he's convinced that this isn't a person. I then tell him just to knock it off, and then we realise that night's only a couple of minutes away. The sun is just about setting over the horizon, and we're left with a choice, and that's a single choice, just to set in for the night. My friend then says, "No, we gotta hike out of here," and I say, "Yeah, with that thing out there?" And he kind of silently agrees with me, and he sighs and starts to set up the tent. I say, "No, let's go inside one of these cabins, it's gotta be a lot safer. At least we have a door," and my friend agrees. We both split off and start searching out for a suitable cabin, aka one that hasn't got too many things inside it and at least a closed-in door. And for the first one that I explore, there's nothing there. Just some broken out windows and a broken in door. It's very easy for animals to be in here, and it's obvious that there was some mice or rats or something, because there's little marks around some of the doors, and there's a hole in the wall, and I decide that we're not going to share it with them. They'd probably be sleeping under the thing when we're in it, and I don't want that, even if we've got a tent. And then go over to another cabin, and as I go in there, I have a strange feeling that something's off with this one. I don't really know how to describe it, but it's just a really weird feeling that come over me. Also, something smells off. It doesn't really smell like something died, but it's almost like a unique alien smell that I've never smelled before. It's really difficult to describe, but strong enough that you notice it, but hard to put a finger on, but not a good smell. I quickly leave that cabin. Now, I then hear my friend calling over and he says, "Hey, I think we've got one." I walk over to my buddy and he's found a pretty cool one. It's got the windows and the door closes still, and it doesn't seem as though there's been any animals in here. "Well, this is it. Do you want to sleep outside or in here?" My friend then drops the tent down and starts assembling it, and I begin helping him. While we're doing this, I can't help but constantly look over my shoulder, and I tell my friend that I need a break, and I go outside and just stare over at the hill. I'm half expecting that thing to come running down it after us, or that person, but nothing happens. I don't know, it's pretty weird. I stay there for a good 5 minutes, letting my eyes adjust fully to the darkness, but nothing happens. I then turn around and I have a feeling that something's watching me. I look off to another ridgeline and I can just about make out some kind of inky dots slowly going behind the hill, out of sight. It almost looks like when a cat or something's trying not to be seen and ducks down, but I was pretty sure of what I'd seen. Now, I don't want to alert my friend, but I don't know whether this is a dangerous animal, but we should be fine because if we close the cabin door and put some bags against it, nothing's really going to get in here. So I quickly go and help my friend continue assembling the tents. It didn't take long and we pretty much got that done, and we both sit in there and start to barricade ourselves in, thinking how weird this is. Now, my friend says that we should just go now and set off. I keep telling him, do you know where you're going for a start? Do you know how dangerous it is to night hike? And we're gonna have to do this all night, then hike again in the day, then sleep. And this thing could still be out here, whatever this person is or whatever it is. My friend then says, yeah, you're right. And we decide to start drinking a little bit. We have some alcohol and we just wanted some Dutch courage, but we only have a shot or two each, which really isn't that much for us. Now, trying to make light of the situation, my friend pretends that he's really drunk and I think it's funny, and I do the same. Now, it was all funny until I actually needed to pee and I had to go back out there. Now, I really don't want my friend to realise how scared that I've become, but my god, I did not want to leave that tent. But now I don't really have a choice. I tell my friend that I'm going to pee and ask him to keep guard, and he says, yeah, I will, and I head out. Now, not long after heading out, I have the feeling that I'm being watched once again. I then look over at my buddy, and he zips himself up in the tent, and he's being a coward, which I laugh about and sigh, thinking, yeah, that's some really good backup. After finishing my business, I go back and tell my friend about the weird feeling I've got, and he agrees to come out with me this time. Now, both of us are standing probably 10 feet away from the cabin and just trying to get a good idea of our surroundings and make out exactly what's happening. Now, my friend says, hey, did you hear that? And I say, what? Much louder than him. And then I can hear a strange rattling sound, almost like a rattlesnake mixed with a hiss. It's really weird and it sounds quite far away at first. Now, I stood there absolutely dumbfounded with my friend, trying to make sense of this for another 4 or 5 minutes in complete silence. Now, I know you hear about people saying that they hear silence in weird situations, but this was the opposite. The forest was still alive with sound, and maybe, I don't know, that added to the suspense of the whole thing, but it felt very off. Then, we hear the sound again, followed with 3 distinct clicks, and the sound of movement. This time it was closer than before, but still not enough to cause any panic. I start slowly backing up now, and then get some bravery and say, hey, let's go forward a bit. If this is a person, we don't want them to think we're scared of them and some kind of victim. And we both start to advance now, with my friend next to me. I pick up a rock and so does my friend. Not like it's really going to do much if somebody's armed with a gun or knife, but hey, if I can get a rock in, at least I've done something. Now, again, we hear the sound, just much closer this time, to one of the cabins adjacent to our one. Now, it'd be impossible to know exactly where it was, but I'm sure this thing darted behind one. I could just about make out some kind of glowing eyes again, but much taller than I thought. It looked like these eyes were 7 feet off of the ground, and there it was again. Now, petrified. I can see this thing slowly put its head round the corner. It was almost like staring at a bear, but with eyes that illuminated slightly. Now, this didn't make sense. There wasn't enough moonlight for them to glow like this, so what was this? It kind of looked more like a bird now thinking of it, but it was so odd. Still covered in these feathers, or I don't know what you'd call it, or if this was a person wearing a Halloween costume, or God knows what this is. And I start to slowly advance towards it slightly. I'm very surprised at what I'm seeing, and then again, I can hear a loud thud now, followed by silence. I then start to slowly back up, and funnily enough, my friend's already in the cabin again, and I realise that all of this heroic bravery has been done on my own. My friend says, "Hey, get back in here." And I start to swear at him, but stop, as it breaks my concentration, and I turn around again, trying to see where this person's gone. I then start to slowly step backwards, and I can't see this thing. I manage to make it behind a tree and get into some more cover, and as I peer around it, I can see the eyes glowing back at me from another tree, closer this time. I don't know how much more of this I can bear. There's a little voice in my head that's telling me just stay calm and breathe, and that's what I'm trying my best to do. Now, I'm really worried in this moment, and I really don't know what to think of the situation. I'm still not close enough to the cabin to be safe, and I don't know if I'm safe with this thing, but one thing I do know is when I get back in there, I'm a lot safer. I'm now worried because this thing seems to move so quick and without making sound that I don't think I can get back in time. I then tell my friend, "You've got to cover me," and he says, "What?" I say, "Just go near the door," and surprisingly he actually does, and I start slowly backing in, and that's when that thing starts moving towards us now. I sprint inside the cabin and my friend slams the door, and what do you know, he pushes it off the hinges. He quickly bolts up though and corrects it again and slams everything we've got behind it trying to fortify it, collapsing next to the door. I duck down and quickly jump up, expecting this thing to be ready for a fight. I don't see anything and slowly go towards the windows. I tell my friend don't move and he agrees that he's not going to. I then stop berating him for leaving me out there, but he says I got scared and I say it's fine. I then slowly peer up out the window, half expecting this thing there. I duck down again, too scared to look. Now, I don't know how long I was ducked down for, but it was probably only about 2 minutes before I slowly look up. I don't see anything out my side, and I tell my friend that he's got to check the other window. It's closer to him, and I slowly go over to fortify the door. He then starts shaking and doesn't really move, staying in his spot, and I say, "Please, just do it." My friend starts to stand up and there's a loud knock on another cabin further away, and he bolts down. And then suddenly filled with adrenaline, stand up and look just face to face to the window and see nothing. Now this is bizarre. This thing should have still been chasing us, or maybe it was still out there, so I ducked down. Every so often we get the clicking sound further away. This goes on for a good 10 minutes until I let my guard down a bit and start to stand. And then I hear a shuffling outside of the cabin wall. It kind of sounded like somebody was throwing lots of different ping pong balls or cups on the side, but it's really freaking creepy. Again, neither of us know exactly what this person or thing is doing out there, or why it's still there, or for that matter if there's more than one of them, because we were convinced it was getting further away from us, but I guess not. This thing was probably only inches away from us. How thick are the cabin walls? I don't know. I was worried that some kind of insect or termite had bit through it and that thing was going to punch through us, but all we can do in this situation is fortify our door and hold the position. My buddy starts looking around for anything to use as a weapon, but we don't really have anything. Now, I start looking myself too, and I don't actually have the rocks anymore. I've realised that I've dropped them in my retreat, and I don't know where my friends are. Now, after about another couple of seconds, the knocking stopped. Then, just as me and my friend make eye contact again, it starts on the other side, on what sounds like all corners of the cabin. This only happens for probably 4 seconds before completely stopping, and now there is pretty much complete silence, or at least for as long as our ears are adjusting. My friend then starts to tear up a bit and I say, "Hey, get a hold of yourself, it's going to be fine." And I realise that there's probably only one way that this is going to stop. I realise that I have to be brave now and just try and fight whatever this thing is or person, because we need to at least sleep or something, because we're never going to get through this. I'm convinced now that nothing's actually going to come inside the cabin, and that makes me feel better, so I tell my friend, "Just cover me," and I quickly start moving things out of the way of the door, and I scream out profanities, getting more and more angry at the situation. I slam the door open and let out a scream with both of my fists raised, and I do a sprint around the cabin, ready to fight whatever this is, but find nothing. My friend's then finally being brave and slowly comes out too, and looks around as well, and we can't find anything. In some kind of heroic action, I sprint from cabin to cabin screaming with my fists raised, ready to fight whatever this is, and upon finding absolutely nothing, I then feel my bravest and start sprinting into the woods, and my friend said, "Stop, stop." I don't hear him initially and I scream louder, then the fear kicks in, and I turned and ran like Forrest Gump the opposite way again. It's kind of funny looking back on it now, but it was like somebody flipped a switch and my senses gone on again, back to the flight mode. That was probably the best part of this whole story, is how funny it probably looked to my friend, but I ended up sprinting back to him and saying, "Get inside," and we closed the door and re-barricade it. We agreed that we're going to keep watch just for the next couple of hours, and there's nothing, just silence. There's silence outside and silence between us, as we're not really sure what just happened. Now eventually, I kind of half fell asleep, and I'm woken up by daylight. I then look at my friend and he shakes his head, as do I. Both of us have no idea what happened that night, but we both described to each other what we'd seen, and it was pretty much exactly the same. I tell my friend to write down what happened, and he does, and it matches exactly what I wrote. So I knew it wasn't just one of us imagining things. We'd only brought food. We didn't forage for anything, so I knew we hadn't eaten some kind of psychedelic mushroom or something by accident, but to be honest, that would have given me much more peace. Now, the worst thing about this situation is that we still had to get back out of here, and yeah, it wasn't going to be fun. My friend actually woke up incredibly quick, especially for somebody who's always late to things, and he said that he barely slept too, but he was sure in the night he would hear something. I said, "What did you hear?" And he said, "I don't know, it just sounded like clicking again, but he's not sure whether he dreamt it." I say, "You probably dreamt it because I didn't hear anything," and I quickly go outside and inspect all of the cabins. Now, there's nothing. It's almost just like we'd never been there in the first place. Everything was normal. I inspect the side of the cabin expecting to see some kind of punch holes or something, but there wasn't anything, which is really weird. There was also that weird odour again that I couldn't get out of my nose, and I actually wasn't able to smell anything for a while after this. And my friend, who can barely smell anything as normal, could really smell it strong. We pack up hesitantly and begin to leave. Now, upon the way back, my friend actually does a good job of constantly covering our six and looking behind us. The forest felt much more peaceful than before, which is really weird, almost like the entire atmosphere had changed. It's something that I've never experienced since, even during my work as a ranger, and I still think of this. Now, we ended up getting halfway back in absolute record time, and we have to stop for a water break. Now, as I'm sitting there drinking all my water, I can see a silhouette again, not far off where we are, and I freeze for a moment. It takes a second, but I realise that this one's just a tree, but it shows you the kind of state of mind that I was in at the time. Every shadow is becoming a monster now, cast by the trees and sunlight, and I don't want to be out here with the monsters any longer. I then revealed to my friend about the weird glowing eyes that I'd seen when I was tired, and he says that's exactly what I've seen too. I then apologised for not telling him sooner and say that I didn't want to worry you, but he says it's fine. Now, even though that our scenery around us was beautiful and peaceful, we felt out of place, almost like a soldier who's just come back from war and hasn't readjusted to anything. So we continue on with the rest of our hike. Neither of us is saying much, we're just ready to fight now. We've actually sharpened some sticks and got some rocks in one of the rucksacks, and we're ready just to put up a fight. And I've actually said that I'm just going to charge this thing, and my friend agrees. Whether he would have actually charged with me or not, I don't know, but I was just sick of this. I've never been so scared before, and I'm pretty sure the only reason half of this stopped was that I scared off this person or thing. We eventually make it to the last part of the hike, and we tent in for one last time. Now, we must have overslept because when we wake up, the sun's up pretty high in the sky, which means we've been out for a while. I wake up and we get our stuff ready and head off again. Now, we're not long off walking out of this forest, and I'm more than relieved. We eventually make it back to safety and back to the car and load up everything. We quickly flick on the radio trying to listen to anything on the news channel, but there's nothing. Nothing at all. I'm almost expecting there to be countless sightings of some crazy person out there in the woods that we're in, but there's nothing. No one's phoned in. Everything's as normal, and the news for the day is that there's no news, which I think's really weird. Now, my friend was really desperate to report in what had happened to us, but I was reluctant. Putting out a crazy claim like that, as it would seem, would really put my job into jeopardy, and I didn't really want to do that. Plus, I don't know, there's certain things that I don't think you can put out there because a lot of people won't believe you, and people aren't going to look at you the same. But we both agreed what we saw was crazy, and I told my friend that I wasn't really going to tell anyone. And my friend said that he was going to do the same. Now, neither of us can make sense of what happened to us that day. I still can't myself, and even now while working as a ranger still, I still get shudders every time there's a shadow tall enough cast by a tree that looks like a silhouette. Now, I really don't want to claim what I saw was supernatural or paranormal, because I don't really believe in those things, but I'm convinced that it could not have been a person. Especially from my job, I would pretty definitively know whether it was or not, but it's just impossible. So that leads me to my next question. What was that thing out there following us for so long? And what would have happened if I didn't get brave suddenly? I'm pretty certain we were safe in those cabins, but I don't know, something was just off about it. I've also forgave my friend for how cowardly he was, but it still annoys me knowing that I was advancing towards this thing and he was just hiding back there. But I'd hate to think what would have happened if we didn't have a tent up, or if we hadn't had a cabin to take shelter in. I also have no idea why those cabins were there in the first place or who previously used them. Some people have claimed that it's been used for witchcraft and things like that before. This is what my friend says, but I don't believe that. And whatever this was far more weird than anything I've ever seen in my life before. I just want to share my story just in case anyone's had anything similar and feels like they're alone in this, because I can tell you, you're not. I haven't met anybody else who's seen anything like this, and I get told, oh, it might have been a Mothman or skinwalkers, but I don't know. Maybe it was just some kind of spirit we disturbed, but I really don't know what to think of it. But yeah, if you have experienced anything like this before, just know that you're not alone in this, and just to be careful out there in the woods. You really don't know what's out there. I'm doing seasonal work out in the Olympic National Park this summer, and live in employee housing on the same property as my job. Throughout the summer, I've heard things like a giggle coming from an empty room, a sliding door closing on its own. Now, one night about a month ago, something wild happened. The building I live in is backed up against an impenetrable coastal rainforest, and some friends and I were sitting in one of the apartment units chatting when we all noticed screaming coming from the woods. Initially I thought it was a cougar, but it kept going and was definitely human sounding. Sometimes it sounded more like sobbing, and others it sounds more like frantic yelling. It went on for about 5 intense minutes and then stopped. Now the truly chilling part, about 30 seconds after the yelling stopped, what sounded like a disembodied woman's voice come through a radio station started muttering right next to where we were sitting. We couldn't make out what she was saying, and it was only a few seconds, but it was all of us in the room who heard it, and we can't see anything. One of my friends opens the door to make sure nobody was outside, and we were completely alone. I should also mention and note that everybody who lives in the building was all in the same room, so all of the other units are empty. Pretty much all of us who live here have puzzled over any logical explanation for what could have happened, yet we don't seem to be able to find one. Now I've been searching for some semblance or similarity in someone else's encounters for 3 years now, hoping another's experience might align even slightly with my own, just to validate it. Until last night, I found details aligning with my own encounter, but nothing I felt was concrete enough to make my story not sound absolutely crazy. It still does sound insane, I know. I have no way further to explain any of it, so all I have is what I witnessed. I found a post on here from 18 days ago that sounds similar to my own. The key difference being familiarity of the voices mimicked, leading me to wonder if this thing had been watching us for a while. To get both of our voices down, it had to have heard us at the most recent, probably 10 hours before we had left for work. Alright, let me preface this. I typed up all of this as a DM to send to somebody else, so the syntax is going to be awful. But yeah, let's get to it. So I was living down in West Texas in this national park where the restaurant I was working at the time rested at the top of a 15-minute hike up a mountain trail from the housing they had us in. I closed up the restaurant after everybody left each night, so I was always an hour or two late coming down the hill, more than everyone else. Usually pretty empty and really quiet. Uncommon to encounter anybody else at the top. It was only really the mountain and the gift store and some trailheads, but there isn't much reason for anybody to be up there. At this one night, I'm coming down, no moon, so it was pitch black, empty trail, characteristically quiet. I round the last bend to get to my house, and right before I get off the trailhead to take a shortcut through the thick of cactuses and brush, there are maybe 20 to 15 trees, even though it's a desert at the top of the mountain. Now, when I heard my best friend / roommate call out my name, clear as day, in the other direction, saying my name, and when I turned around, I can't see much. Now, in retrospect, it almost sounded funny. It was close, like 15 yards maybe, but it sounded far off at the time, like if somebody recorded his voice from far away, but played it very nearby. It just sounds off, but not enough to flip a switch immediately, and maybe I'm painting the memory of it differently than it actually sounded. So I'm facing my house maybe 50 yards away, and the voice comes from directly to my left, on this foothill at the mountain we'd hiked around on sometimes. It has much more tree coverage than the trail that I'm on, and was considerably more than the thickness separating me from the clearing surrounding my house. If you walked 5 foot in the direction of the voice, you'd completely disappear from the view of anyone. Now, hearing my friend's voice calling me, I was like, oh cool, we're night hiking, and I turned to follow it, but right before I take the first couple of steps into the tree line, I hear his actual voice, which is further on the porch saying, "Hey, who you talking to?" which stops me. I turn back to my house, confused as anything, just in time to see this thing burst out of the frickin' thing, I was just about to take a shortcut through to begin with before hearing the voice and turning away from the exact spot that I had walked down every single night, and this thing bolts. It was humanoid technically, but this thing is tall as hell and way too skinny for a human, probably 8 feet tall but too slim, inhumanly slender. It was hunched over and running like he burst off a track mark, but kept the same form the whole time, never got all the way upright. Okay, so as for the colour, that's messed with me. I'm colourblind, and it was like a greenish/yellow thing, and I get greens and yellows mixed up a lot. This hue of green and yellow, at least. And for 2, it looked as though it was giving off its own glow, which has always sounded absolutely ridiculous to everybody that I spoke to. Now, if I heard this story, I would honestly think somebody was at the very least a little bit lying. Our back porch light was on though, and the thing lined up with where it would have been shining. So if this thing was translucent, it definitely could have taken off that sheen by reflecting the porch light. The colours kind of line up. I guess if you'd reflected light, it may have looked like this thing's colour, but it certainly wasn't identical. Honestly though, I swear it had its own shine to it, like looking at a glow stick that's dying. More than enough to see, but kind of faint regardless. It was a light that definitely wasn't there a second before when I'd got into the shortcut. Now, it would have struck out for at least 50 yards. It should have done. Now, I should mention, had I followed this thing's voice, 2 things would have happened. 1, I would have completely disappeared away from the view of anyone, and 2, I would have turned my back on whatever this thing was and entered into the thicket of trees, weeds, and cactuses far too dense for me to turn around and run away or fight back or anything. Now, that trail that I would have led goes directly to the edge of a cliff that drops down a massive break in the mountain. That cleanly drops almost all of 6,000 feet into the wide open desert below. That could be the purpose of that direction. To be honest, if I was going to try and do some crazy stuff, it would be the perfect place for both finding someone and leading them to a spot where nobody can find you. Legit, in the middle of the day, you could probably make someone disappear if you wanted. Anyway, with how this thing was running, it immediately felt like I'd spooked it. You know, like how a deer will basically run off at a noise, but it was different in that it seemed a lot more determined. It seems intelligent, as if they'd been trying to watch you from the bushes or something like that, It was spooked, but kind of sentient, and definitely acting like I just foiled some crazy plan. So naturally, I also bolt. Now exposing my back to this thing, but taking the opposite, slightly longer way back to the porch. Now my buddy, God bless his soul, is still there, and he asks again, "Who are you with?" His face is just as confused, and he keeps looking past me. And I'm like, "You heard that too?" "Yeah. Why are they?" "What? There was multiple?" Apparently from his perspective, he heard multiple voices alongside the road, all carrying on and joking around, talking back and forth pretty loudly. He said that there was at least 3 other voices talking to mine, but it sounded almost like a whole bunch of people coming down the trail. He said he could clearly hear us getting closer and closer for the past couple of minutes, and just assumed that I'd run into a hiking group and was talking with them as we headed down. Not the most uncommon thing in the daytime, but pretty uncommon for the hour of night. It took me a minute to show him that I wasn't messing with him and had not just split off from the hikers. I was completely alone and had not vocalized a word until he came to ask, "Who are you with?" It actually took me a second to even express my side of what was going on. I was so out of whack that I couldn't find the words to actually explain this, so kept shouting, "I swear to God, I just heard your voice and this thing, dude, this thing." Or something like that. Eventually it registers that there were no other lights on the trail. I wasn't even using a flashlight, so maybe that was actually some moon out, and I had just heard his voice calling me off the trail into the darkness, and we both began trying to figure out what we just witnessed. Okay, this part might get a little crazy, and I'm not implying anything, And I'm just saying that this is what I'd been doing on the walk down before this happened. So obviously walking home solo, I hadn't actually said a word. Whoever he heard was certainly not me, and I certainly hadn't come with a crowd, but I had been praying like crazy on the way down. There had just been this super dark negative energy in the house lately. I was just kind of trying to just surround myself with light and positivity, asking God to give me strength before I went back in, and out of nowhere, midway through the trail, I get this overwhelming feeling of joy, like absolute ecstasy. I was like screaming inside, happy as bones, and just felt like I could take on the world. Like no matter what, I could take it. Maybe I'm implying something because call me crazy, but I've always felt like that had something to do with how the night turned out. I know that part doesn't really sound insane, but so does the rest of it. So whatever. I certainly don't think it was a coincidence. I'm just not sure what to make of any of it. Every detail means every detail. That's just what's going on. But yeah, anyway, that's pretty much it. The only other thing that made it memorable is out of nowhere, I just kind of stopped thinking of it. Not like forgot, but like it was hidden behind some thick fog in my head. The next morning, I told the story to my friend and she uncharacteristically shut me down and said, "You all are just crazy, getting scared out in the mountains," and walked away. It was really not like her to dismiss someone, especially a friend, without hearing them out. She's a really empathetic person. It was legit like she'd heard something that triggered a memory, and she refused to touch upon it or get close with it. I could be reading into it, but that's happened a couple of times with this story. Anyway, we'd been living on that mountain on and off for a few years at that point, and never seen or heard anything remotely similar until that night that we'd never forget about. Now, it just wasn't like we'd get spooked either being on our own house or on the trail, because we took it twice a day, every day. And it wasn't like we were seeing things or making things up, because we both seemed to hear the same thing pretty much. Now, my father and I are both outdoorsy individuals, and we love the forests of Oregon. And he very much talked to me about all the various must-see places in Oregon, whether they're pretty well known or very hidden. One of these places he took me to, I'll never forget, is called the Miller Lake, and it's kind of southeast of the Oregon Caves National Monument. This place, now that I recall, wasn't terribly large, but my memory could be mistaken, for the hike around the lake itself was quite long. However, we didn't make it that far into the hike. It was a warm morning, mostly like they are in Oregon here, and we had just packed up to head on a trip to wherever my dad felt like taking us today. It was just me, my stepmom, my father, and my little brother, who wasn't much younger than I was. We had thrown everything into the Jeep and prepared to head off. Now, the drive we took to get over there was quite long and boring, as most were, and I remembered seeing many locations pass by on the way there, locations we had visited countless times. As the roads got more and more narrow and the houses became less common on both sides of the road, I saw less and less familiar areas up until I was in a completely unrecognized area. I know that most roads around here are just cruddy back streets ending up in sketchy gravel roads up the mountains, but you really grow to recognize some places once you've been down them, or to the Rogue River a few times. This road was no exception. It got more narrow and more narrow, going from a frequented highway to two-lane street, all the way to an old single-lane road. Eventually it ended off on a gravel path just large enough for vehicles to traverse. The plant life around here gets more and more dense, and all of a sudden, the gravel turned to rocks and potholes, and we're now officially in the middle of nowhere. The path was not too bad, and the vehicles we're in could handle it well. It was raised and had massive tyres, which I mention because this will have significance later in the story. We drove further on until we came to a rocky turnaround at the base of a run-down trail marker. The path that we could see wound up a mountain face, in a section that was less steep but space between the mountains neighbouring it. The towering trees on all sides of us cast a shadow, offering temporary protection from the brutal summer heat that was to come. So we get out, grabbed our heavy load, and trekked up the pathway. It was a sidewind path, which is made of loose rocks and dust, and it got rather hellish at certain points. It took us quite a while to get up, and I'd say the hike was about half a mile. When we got to the top, we're greeted with a sorry excuse for a lake in the place of an incredible swimming hole that it was supposed to be. Now, the edges are actually far too steep to actually play in, and the majority of the banks was blocked by old dirt logs. A bit of a disappointment, but still no day ruiner. For me and my dad, we had planned to fish the waters, so we set up in the blazing sun that was now upon us. There was no area with shade. It seemed like the entire habited side of the lake shore was made up of gravel, and it felt like such a thin surface area to border the lake. Once we were set up, I grabbed my rod, connected the ends, and cast into the lake. Now, I do think I could have opted into a better bait, because what I had equipped was actually more for flowing waters of river, but nonetheless it was still doable. I kept casting to no prevail. Before getting rather worn out from the heat, I set my rod down and took more notice to the area around me. We were at the end of the lake that was open and led to the trail back to the parking area, and on the opposite side all we could see was trees and a steep hill going up. The lake was almost embedded into the mountains, with the other end being a sheer cliff with no shore. There was a trail going around the perimeter of the lake, and I assumed it would lead to an area where we could overlook it from the top of the cliff. There, however, was a sense of unease, looking into the dense tree line in the opposite direction and remembering how we really weren't close to civilization. I shook this feeling off as a sense of arrogance, or maybe just being annoyed by all the bugs around me. Dad pulled out bug spray and covered us in what attempted to be a ward off to the flying friends. Once it settled onto us, my brother and I decided that we'd hop into the lake. We hesitantly climbed down into the eerie waters below, realizing that the lake itself was unusually cold. I quickly crawled out of the unpleasant waters, for there was also a sense of angst from the steep decline in the shores. We both dry off. Our stepmother proposed that we should try hiking around the trail in the hopes to see more and potentially lose the increasing crowd of insects. We all agreed to this and began to set off on the foot up the steep hill overlooking the side of the lake. The open, scorching area quickly turned into a dense brush as we returned to the woods, and we all soon began to grow quite unhappy. The bugs are only getting worse, to a point really unpleasant and really unusual for somewhere like this. We also start getting this weird feeling of being watched, and I kept frantically darting my eyes around the sides of the trail, and that's when it struck me. The entire time that we're here it's dead silent, not a single sound around except for the occasional flying bug you hear in your ear. There was no wind shaking through the canopy, and not a single bird chirping. The usual sounds of the Oregon forest were replaced by a grim silence that shook me to the core. As all these dreadful feelings increased, I also began to really notice how inexplicably uneasy I felt. It was not just your typical annoyance from things around you, it was a combination of mixed negative emotions that were, even on their own, not something you'd want to be having while out in the middle of nowhere. We quickly began to feel overwhelmed, and we hesitantly turned around. Now, the feeling of being watched actually got worse, and our happy facial expressions and feelings are completely gone now. I could sense dread on everybody's faces. I was, for certain, being watched. We got back down to our area and quickly packed our coolers, chairs and fishing rods. My dad even told me to throw our trash bag in the cooler. Now, even when there was food still in there, I happily complied, and we set off down the trail. The feelings we had were awful at breaking point, honestly, as we began to take notice to the haunting energy that each of us are feeling. That's when it happened. There was a slight dirt wall on the side of the path where the trail was carved out, and it was made up of loose rocks and dry dirt. A few pebbles actually rolled down from there like something disturbed them. Not everybody notices this, but however, those of us who did ushered the others to be quicker. The pebbles were always falling and in small amounts. Now they pick up until a bunch of pebbles and a stone actually roll down right next to us. My dad drops everything he had in his hands, and he had his handgun out in a second. He aimed it around in a way that I've never seen before, and I could tell he was freaked out, no, terrified, and we all are too. He left the thing he was holding on the trail, not bothering to pick it up again, and kept the bag of valuables on his shoulder. He told us all to get in front of the trail, and he basically had our backs, so nobody straggled behind. Those next few seconds feel like a blur. We got down to the Jeep in a time quicker than the ascent and threw everything into the trunk without making sure that it was in snugly. My dad hopped into the driver's seat and locked the doors and turned us around to drive out of there. We are all on the brink of pure panic, still contemplating about what was going on. And we stay completely silent. We pulled out of the turnaround and then we felt it. The Jeep shook and dipped like it had a blowout, and instantly our dad stepped on the brakes and hopped out to make sure it wasn't a tyre that had gone out. After hearing that we might have gotten a flat, my brother and I start getting worried, and rightfully so. My dad stepped out to check the tyre. If it was a flat, we'd be screwed. The Jeep had a jack and a spare, but there was no way in the world that we'd be able to change it. The jack was too short for the Jeep because it was a stock jack, and the Jeep had been raised by the previous owners, and the tyres are massive, so that's not going to help at all. And all of a sudden, I heard him explain that it wasn't a flat, and he hops back in. He continued down the road and made it safely home, not stopping for anything the whole way back. Aftermath. Now this story gives me anxiety thinking about it because I have no explanation as to what happened. We were the only people out there, and that's because that the gravel road that we parked on was the only way there. No other vehicles were spotted the entire time. The lack of sound was really freaky looking back at it, because in nature, a lack of sound usually indicates that there's a predator there, or so I'm told. I don't know if I put enough emphasis on this, but the place was dead quiet, not a sound to be heard, and the feeling of being watched, which was really scary, didn't seem to go away. And finally the bugs, yes, the bugs, but they're normally not that many, so I don't know why there was so many in such an abundance in the same area. It's honestly insane how many there were. I've really never been through something that bad before, ever. And it only got worse as we progressed down the trail. Maybe them warding us off for the best. Maybe if we went further we would have found something that wasn't meant for our eyes. Now the gravel falling, that could have been an animal, but how come we hadn't seen anything up until that moment? And also with the Jeep stopping and having that problem. Yeah, it's pretty weird. The rocking was really intense, nothing like a bump in the road, and it definitely wasn't something you could ignore. I honestly don't understand why this one particular place was so creepy, or what could have possibly caused what had happened to us that day. I do know for certain though I do not want to go back to Miller Lake again, at least not alone. Now, I was on a back road where my family still has a piece of ranch property that was passed down from my great-great-grandparents. There's an old farmhouse that nobody lives in full time now, but various members of the family still go up there and use it time to time. You have to drive through the woods to get there, about 15 minutes from the highway, and then beyond there a few more scattered ranches along the road that winds for about 30 minutes, before connecting back to the highway again, so it's fairly remote. Someone walking that road would be there for hours. Anyway, it's a beautiful spot to stargaze. no other lights around at all except for the very rare car that would drive along this road. So one night, my friend and I decided to drive up the ranch to hang out and try and capture a time lapse of stars. When we get to the driveway, we got out to look for the gate and we realize there's a key which is hidden right then. Now this guy just appears walking down the road, and right then, he suddenly comes up to us. He's not carrying a bag or backpack or anything, he's dressed in all white, just walking down the road miles from anything but us and the cows. We make eye contact and say hello, but nothing else, and he keeps on going. Now I kind of got flustered with finding the key. Anyway, suitably spooked by the guy, we decide to abandon the stargazing plan and go back down to town, which is rural enough that you can still see stars, but there was something about seeing that guy with no gear or anything that's really weird, and this is also close to the US-Canada border, so yeah, who knows what his intentions were. Now this happened around June or July 2007, I believe. I was around 17 years old and more cocky then, but still somewhat knowledgeable of the outdoors. My family used to own a cabin in NW, Wisconsin. I basically grew up in there in the summer. I knew the woods well, but at night, it was wise to stay in the cabin, or at least by the bonfire by the bench. Because of the bears, wolves and cougars, one of the creepiest things was if you were having a bonfire, the tree line was visible from the fire pit and beach, and at night, you'd always feel like you were being watched from the tree line. But during the day, the woods always seemed normal, not so creepy. That was until this incident. So this happened somewhere between 1200 and 1400. Me and my cousins were having an airsoft battle. I was in full woodland camo, he was not. I retreated onto the ATV trail into the woods for a tactical advantage, and the battle took us about 200 meters into about a third of the way up the trail. We had enough at this point and were standing at the edge of a clearing on the trail that was maybe 10 feet from me when I decided to mess with him. I shushed him and said, "We're being watched." He froze, then I realized that the woods are dead quiet, and I got spooked and started scanning the tree line and the other edge of the clearing from the left to right, and that's when I saw it. Its teeth gave it away. It was panting and staring at my cousin. I don't expect you to believe me, but what I saw was a wolf almost as big as a black bear, probably 300 pounds, but it wasn't normal. The wolf is on the tree line and it's gripping one, grasping with a clawed hand. It had a reddish brown fur. I told my cousin that we have to go, and the next thing I know, he is sprinting, and I look back at the wolfie, who had locked on and sprinted for a few steps on 2 feet. Then I turned and ran away, when it looked as though the wolfie was dropping on all fours and charging at us, and really sounded right onto us, barreling through the brush, but for whatever reason let us go when we broke out the tree line and headed for the cabin. What struck with me the most is the sheer size of the thing that appeared to be nearly 7 feet tall upright, and that it shouldn't have been able to go on its front paws the way it did, or grip the tree how it did. Now I'm not sure how exactly to explain it rationally. I have heard wolves apparently do weird things and go upright occasionally, but not sprinting like that, and I don't know how it could have been so big. The closest description is silly, which is a werewolf or dogman. Now, I grew up in a very rural town in East Texas along the Sabre River, which is just a stone's throw away from Louisiana. My house is at the end of a farm market road which ended with my house and a few others. Behind my home is a huge field that stretches all the way back to the woods that ran to the Sabine, where paved roads end, and there was a metal gate with a cattle guard which blocks a dirt road. It's very rural. If you're looking straight at my house from the dirt road, it would be to your right. Now we would walk down to that fence and hop it every once in a while. No big deal. Now, My dad or my friends would walk down the dirt road and just look around, you know, just to see what's there. To the left of the house was a field and an old barn. On the paved road that led to our house was a few houses that set off the road. The paved road ended where you reached our house and turns to gravel. At this point, there was the field starting. It was small and led to a tree line right by our property. If you walked the tree line parallel to our home, it would take you to an old creek that led to the Sabine. The creek bed had a thick canopy of trees, not much light in many years, and went on for about a mile or more, and went right to the water's edge. This is our play area. This is our forest and adventure land, and we make use of everything around there. One day, my friends are over, and we're around 10 years old at the time, so we decide to go exploring and walk up and down the tree-lined creek, go walk in the field next to my home, and look in the old barn in the field. We're out in the barn and noticed a few weird things. There were the typical old barn features: hay, dirt, old weathered wood, but hanging from the roof was bones tied to the end of a rope. Kind of weird. We made up stories about how it was voodoo or something like that, but didn't really care much. After exploring the barn, we decided to walk down the creek bed and go to the river. I had my BB gun, so we're shooting at the trees. You know, basically being 10-year-olds. We walk down the river and throw rocks in the water, play with the dead gears washed up on the shore, and decide there's nothing there, so we walk back. As we get back to the field next to the barn, we both have this weird feeling like we're being watched. That's when we saw it. I don't know what it was. I know we both saw it, and this thing was just staring at us, and we both laughed at each other. Do you see that? And we both did. This thing was tall, impossibly dark, and almost black, standing on the edge of the tree line, pretty much staring at us. We couldn't make out much more detail other than its height, which is around 7 feet. Dark, almost black and shaggy. It had its arms holding something, but we can't make out much else. We just know it was massive. We asked each other if we saw it. Then we turned around and ran back to the house as fast as we can, scared to death. It makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. I have no idea what it was, and neither does he. We talk about it last time I saw him, and he pretty much confirms what I remember. I'm scared as heck whenever I have to walk through the woods on my own now. I work as a park ranger, and I remembered we got a call out to investigate some weird activity near a campfire. Now, somebody wasn't supposed to have a campfire out here, and that definitely meant they were up to something. It could have easily just been kids or whatever, but apparently there'd been strange noises heard too. I go over to investigate with one of my colleagues, and we find the burning embers of where this fire would have been. We look around for a couple of minutes, then we find some things that are odd. There seems to be a circle around us in the dirt. We both take a step back and realise that something's off here. There seems to be blood markings all around us, and something smells bad. We then look at a tree, and we both stare at each other as we realise an animal carcass is hanging from it. Don't ask me how it got so high up the tree, I couldn't tell you that, but that's when we realise the next strange thing. Pinned to the tree is a piece of paper with strange writing that was clearly in animal blood, with all different weird symbols and markings. Yeah, it didn't take us long to go back to the station and call the cops. The cops think it was probably some kind of satanic thing, but they can't be certain. We did a big search of the area and didn't find anything. What really baffles us is how the animal got so high in the tree, because you couldn't have thrown it that high and you couldn't have climbed, so yeah, the whole thing was just really weird. In the summer of 2016, during a summer camp, we went to Henry Cow Park in California to camp out. The day itself was normal, having fun throughout many activities. In my tent, I was with 3 friends, who I'll be calling Sam, Mark and Dave. We set up our tent in a small opening within a grove of trees. We were on the right side, while the girls were up on the left side. We made s'mores and just hung out and went to sleep. During the middle of the night at about 12ish, I heard something going through our bags, which were on the table adjacent from our tent. Since it was late, I assumed it's just an animal like a raccoon. I then fell asleep. About 15 minutes later, Dave woke me up whispering, "There's something up against the tent." I lightly pressed my hand up against the side of the tent and something pressed back. I was frightened for a few seconds, but chalked it up to an animal once again. Since we were obviously in the wilderness, we shook it off and fell asleep again. I then woke up at 6ish and had to use the restroom. I opened the tent flap, which then immediately greets me with the sight of some of our bags open laying on the floor. I exit the tent to investigate. I then thought about telling my bunkmates and turned my head. The tent had flipped over on its right side. This is strange because we had securely planted stakes into the rings to hold the tent down. I then noticed that the stakes seemed to be taken out, which is really strange. Now, it shouldn't have happened like that, and confused and worried, I woke up everybody else to ensure that they're aware of what had happened, asking do they know what's happened here. We set up the tent once again and went through our bags. Nothing from our bags were taken. Then, we went on about with our day and had breakfast. Now, after having our breakfast and going back to the campsite, we sat down at the benches and tried to think of what could have made the tents flip over. I then explained that I heard and felt weird the previous night, and explained what happened. That's when the girls approached our table and asked us, "Sam, why were you snooping around our tent last night, and why were you staring at us?" We are all confused and say that none of us actually went out of the tent, and the girls were starting to freak out. After a while of us trying to find a logical explanation for these, we eventually come to an agreement to try and forget this ever happened. My friends and I explained our experience to the counsellors, who did not come up with any explanations. I have explained this story to many friends, and we've not been able to come to a definitive answer as to what specifically happened that day. Now, a couple of summers ago, before I went for a camping trip with some friends just outside of Boone, NC, the campsite was privately owned and all around an awesome place. It's called Blue Bear, and I would definitely recommend it to anyone who wants to go for a fun camping trip with no state officials to annoy you and your boozing. Now, I think it was the second night that we're there. We had acquired a half-gallon of some evil-looking rum. Me and two fellas I was camping with had opted for one of the more out-of-the-way primitive sites, about a mile hike down the ridge from the main campsites where everybody seemed to be staying. We knew nobody was close enough to complain about us, and we had killed the entire half-gallon in no more than 20 to 30 minutes. After that, the night only lasted about 2 hours. We ran around the woods and just messed around until we passed out. If it sounds stupid, it's because it was, but we had lots of fun though. Next thing I knew, I'm awake, like wide awake, and I can hear something moving around probably about 20 yards outside of the tent. I felt completely sober and very uneasy. I can feel and hear this thing's presence as it slowly moves around and breaks twigs and stuff and leaves. I'm thinking to myself that this is probably just a deer, and maybe at worst a black bear. Neither would be much of a problem as we don't have any food lying around, and other than that, we've just got a tent there. Then this thing let out a call unlike anything I've ever heard before. It's almost impossible to describe what it sounded like, but almost bird-like, but somewhere in between a turkey or an owl. It was loud, like really loud, but what scared me is the complexity. It sounded like this thing was speaking a full-fledged language. It called out a few more times, and each time the call just became more and more complex, yet completely different. It was extremely alarming and put me into a full flight or fight mode. I set up and began to build the courage to go outside and face this creature. Then, just like that, it's morning and I'm laying on my back waking up. Both bodies are already up and outside of the tent with a fire going. I instantly start worrying and ask if they heard insane stuff just hours before. Neither of them had, and because I was unable to reproduce the sound at all, I can't really give an idea of what it's like. Fast forward to spring break of the next year, and I'm going camping again, this time deep in a national forest, which is in the easternmost part of the state and is more remote than our previous camp. We set up our camp about 8 to 10 miles from the entrance of the park. There were no roads in our area, and the closest civilization's about 30 miles away. This time I'm with 3 guys other than myself. There is no drinking involved and we're all sober. It's the 3rd night of the trip and cold. Our spring break took place in early March and night temperatures are more than a few degrees below freezing. Once again though, I wake up in the middle of the night. I want to say it is around 2:30 or so in the morning. Well damn, if I don't hear the exact same freaking sound coming from just outside of the tent, I'm instantly terrified, as this time I now suspect that some truly strange things are going on, because I know that this is the exact same creature. This time I'm determined to capture a glimpse of it, or something, because I might never get another chance, and this will haunt me. In my tent with my good friend and his brother, I go to wake up my friend, and once again, it's like I passed out or something and I wake up in the morning. Obviously, I burst out of the tent and start running around trying to look for this bird creature that I've now had 2 encounters with, and nobody knows what I'm talking about, and my friend doesn't even recall me trying to wake him up at all. I guess I probably could have made this a little shorter, but I was basically hearing a weird noise. But let me tell you, this noise was really triggering fight or flight instincts on both occasions, and I spent hours trying to find anything similar from the Appalachia area, but I can't find anything, and I still can't figure out what it is to this day. Being a park ranger was and still is my favourite ever job. However, I did have one experience that kind of stuck with me and shook me to the core a bit. It didn't happen recently, but very early in my career. Now this only ever happened on one occasion, and I'd like to know what you guys think. So, the day was pretty much normal to begin with. I'd gone through my normal routine and tasks for the day, and I was just generally enjoying myself. Now, as I'm going about my day, looking forward to going home, I get a call out that apparently somebody's on one of the streams and shouldn't be there. Now I thought this was pretty weird because we do have some pretty fast running water where I was stationed at the time, and I knew if anybody was out there they're probably in big trouble, so I head off. Now I get to the exact location and I start panicking. I'm probably going to have to call in a missing person, or I think I'm about to find a body, which is pretty concerning. I feel my hands getting a bit more sweaty and my lips going dry, which is something I haven't experienced for a long time. Nervously I proceed to check out the area, but I don't find anything at all initially. Frustrated and worried that somebody's out there, I go further and further following the water downstream, until eventually I see it. Now at first it looks like a body that's washed up on the rocks, but I'm not so sure. It looks pretty big, and it almost didn't look like a person. It was just too long and kind of stick-shaped. I call out hey, then call out hey again and say that I'm a ranger coming to help. That's when I hear a really bizarre sound. It almost sounded like a foreign language, but changing pitches and tones, and I feel a reverberation around me. I soon realise that this thing is making sounds and it stands up. Now I can't believe my eyes, because this person must be about 6.5 feet tall, which is massive, or maybe 7 feet, I don't know, but just far too big to be a normal person. It then turns around and stands in the dead center of the stream, not moving. Now I should mention too that the waters are very cold at this point and it really wouldn't be a good idea to stand there, let alone in the summer. And how could somebody be standing there? They wouldn't be strong enough. I then hear that screamy sound one more time and it just walks upstream, literally upstream at pace, until eventually disappearing out of sight. I radio in that I've seen somebody run and they might be injured or delirious, and we send out a search team. Conclusion of our search? Nothing. We still don't find who did this, and even to this day it still haunts me. I'm pretty convinced it wasn't a person, so that leads me to my next question. What on earth did I see that day? Now, I go to a university in Asheville, NC, and in my freshman year, I went hiking a couple of times with some close friends. We always went to the same campsite by the French Broad River. Pretty cheap and tucked away in the trees. Now this particular mid-November camping trip was like the first couple. We loaded up on supplies and piled into my friend's Jacob truck to go to the campsite. We had set up our tent sometime around dusk, ate food, and messed around for a while, and finally go to bed after midnight. I woken up sometime before dawn because I had to pee. I bundled up for a second in another sweater, and went outside to do my business. When I say that our campsite was next to the river, I mean right next to the river, like less than 20 feet from the edge of the water. So I decided to pop a squat behind a tree on the riverbank and look at the water. Now, I was still pretty drowsy at this point, and the water wasn't doing too much to wake me up. As I was gazing over at the river, eyes almost glazed over, I spotted something. There was a figure standing in the middle of the freezing cold French Broad River at 3 in the morning. I'm pretty sure my pee stream retracted back into me. The moonlight was fairly bright, but I knew that sleepy eyes can play tricks on you. I squinted my eyes, widening them as far as they can go, shielding them and everything. It was definitely a person though, halfway across the river, standing waist deep in running water. I couldn't tell in the dark, but I'm pretty sure was facing our camp. I don't know what the gender was, but the moonlight was reflecting pale enough to make me think that they aren't wearing clothes. My brain was fully awake and processing the person staring at me from the river, and I hiked my pants up and proceed to wake up my friends and tell them what I've just seen. We all look out of the tent, and sure enough, the river person's still standing there, completely still. We huddle back into the tent and try and figure out what's happened. We check again before sunrise, but the river person's completely gone. I worked as a fire ranger for a couple of years, and it was one of my favourite jobs that I've ever had. It's something that I'm almost envious I couldn't do for longer. I did enjoy being outside, but to be honest, I'd kind of struggle with the loneliness, really. Every so often you'd have somebody pop up, or you might change over shift and have a brief interaction, but there wasn't really much time that you could spend with people, and that's something I didn't enjoy about the job. And I don't know, I just don't think it's good for you in the long run. I've recently changed jobs and I'm around people a lot more, and sometimes I do reminisce and think back, and I kind of trick myself into thinking it would be the right path for me now. But realistically, I know it wasn't, and I did have a story that happened to me that I'd like to share, where I think this would be a good place for it. Now, where I was stationed was absolutely beautiful. We had these huge trees everywhere, which I absolutely loved, and you could do these beautiful nature walks through it, and that's something that I did quite frequently. I actually opted to walk for about an extra 2 miles just so I could go through more of it when I'd arrive for work. It was really gorgeous, honestly. And yeah, sometimes when I parked my car, it was easy for me to get lost and forget what I was truly there for. I kind of understand how places like this could inspire different stories. You know, like you get Lord of the Rings and things like that. Well, I just kind of get it. And if you're someone that lives in a city, then I'd strongly recommend that you spend some time out in the forest. And I mean real forest, not just the parks, like the national parks, you know, the big ones. Yeah, sorry if I'm going off topic at all now. So I'd like to share what happened on a Pacific night while I was on my duty. Now, before I get to that, I'll have to explain some of my day. Now, my day was pretty good. I spent most of my time just doing my watch and just listening to songs on the radio. I had a really strong radio up there and it really got a good signal. I mean, how could it not being that high up? I tried my best not to go down too often, but I'd have to do it for the toilet every so often. I think from coming up the kind of spirally stairs, I ended up twisting my knee awkwardly and it was kind of playing me up. It was something I could hope I could just sleep off, but I wasn't too sure as I had a few other injuries on the same side of my body. For some reason, all of them happened to be in roughly the same place, but my other side was completely fine. Now I did have to make this trip down a few times, and while doing so, something felt different. It was almost like the atmosphere was different when I got further down. Not in the sense of atmospheric, but I don't know, I just kind of felt tense and uneasy. Almost like something terrible had happened, but I didn't know what. I don't know if you've ever got bad news, but one that makes you panic. It was kind of similar to that, so for me this was a really bizarre thing. I did wander around a few times and try and take my mind off things, and that's when something else weird happened. While walking, my vision suddenly goes very blurry, and it's almost like I'm seeing double. Now during this time, for just a second, I can see some kind of figure further up. It almost looks like somebody dressed in medieval type robes, but the religious people. Now I only see it for a second, so I don't know whether this was in my head or not, but they suddenly just go with a big flash, and things are immediately back to normal. I think this is odd and think that I've gotten too hot, so I actually go back to the station. There's a thermometer there, and I quickly give myself a check over, but everything's normal. I decide I need to chug some more water. In places like this, it's pretty easy to not stay on top of how much you're eating or drinking. Also, some people in my family are diabetic, which is definitely not me because of the way I eat, but I don't know. You can never be too careful, I guess. So I decide that I should eat some food too. Now, once again, after eating, I get the weird feeling and the sense of dread comes over me that something's just off. I then realise that I can see the same figure again that I saw before, though only this time I can see them much clearer than before, and I'm convinced it's actually a person. I then go to speak to them and say, hey, how are you doing? And they seemingly just ignore me and walk off. Another weird thing I noticed is that they don't have any hair whatsoever, almost like them Tibet monks but different. But what on earth would one be doing here? And they aren't really dressed appropriately. I don't know, their clothes just look too dated, and almost even if you're a religious person out here, it seems like you would actually dress more appropriately. You can get foot injuries really easily here, and yes, I was suffering from one of those too, and it was on the same side. I don't know whether it's plantar fasciitis, but the bottom of my foot was killing. I mean, that mixed with my knee being bad was really a big problem for me. But anyway, I tried to put that aside, and I just think it's a normal hiker. I get back up to the top of my station, and night's starting to fall. Now that's good for a couple of reasons, but one is it actually makes my job a lot easier. Because obviously you can spot fires quite easily in the darkness, but that's not always the only thing that you see. I had a report of one of my other friends who worked here, saying that he was staring up at the stars. He saw one move, then another, and assumed that it was a satellite, until suddenly they shoot off in different directions. I kind of joked about it and said, oh, it's just the old man going off on one again, but I don't know really. Especially when you're out here on your own, it's almost like if there are visitors coming, then they're going to choose this time to come and pounce on you. But hey, that was just my wider thinking. Me, I did like to stargaze every so often, and obviously being far away from light pollution you could see the stars really well, and it's something that I really enjoyed doing. Now as I'm stargazing, I'm pretty certain I can see something off. It looks like a star, then another one moving parallel to each other, and I say, God, I'm pretty sure I'm seeing what my friend saw to myself. I won't say his name here, but I say, he wasn't crazy after all, and kind of laugh. These stars didn't shoot off, but there was definitely something weird about them. I actually worry that maybe the tower was starting to crumble or lean and that this is about to be it, but I stay still for a second and realise it isn't. This is actually one of my biggest fears that I have, the station going down with me on it and me just holding onto the sides trying to make it. I've had nightmares about this and generally wake up really scared inside the station, and when I've done that I've actually been really fearful that it's happening because obviously I'm up there and your body doesn't always get used to it, especially not for short spells, but this isn't the case. The stars are just weird. I tell myself that I'm just imagining things and I go to sit down. Now this is the first really strange thing that happened. I go to write in my diary that not much is happening today, and I wake up again. Now, I went into a very deep sleep and I must have dreamt for probably 12 hours. I had a very long dream that I was actually transported to medieval times, which is really bizarre. But this wasn't the case. Of course it wasn't. I looked at the alarm clock. It's only been 10 minutes. How could it have only been 10 minutes if I'd been dreaming for 12 hours? This is really bizarre. I then quickly scan around and grab my binoculars, worried that I've eclipsed time that is potentially dangerous, and this is one of our biggest issues on our job. If you fall asleep, you're not only putting your own life at risk, but also others who you're there to protect, and that's something that I don't want to jeopardize. So I quickly slam a coffee and try and normalise myself a bit. As I'm slowly waking up, I grab the binoculars and peer around, and that's when I see it. It almost looks like a glowing ember of a fire, and with some excitement, I quickly focus in the lenses. That's when I see another one, and another one. I then put the binoculars down trying to see it, but they're just too far away for me. Thinking that maybe this is some kind of encounter with the third kind, I start to panic a bit now. I then pan around the binoculars, and it seems like it's a big row that continues and continues. I can't believe what I'm seeing. All of the lights form a big circle around my tower, and they're getting closer and closer. They're all kind of like a red-yellow glow, but it's really weird. I look up quickly expecting there to be a big mothership about to take me away, but strangely I don't see anything. I look down and around, and that's my best explanation. I then quickly go over to the radio and radio in that something's definitely off and there might be fire very close to me. They say that they're going to send a team out to investigate and to make sure that I stay in radio contact and obviously evacuate if necessary. I say no worries and I quickly jump down to look outside again. While looking around with my binoculars, I can suddenly see that they're very close and almost at the base of my tower, which is impossibly quick. Now, after letting my eyes adjust for a few seconds, I suddenly realise that these are people holding these torches. These seem to be people, but very small, all wearing the same kind of dark robes that I've seen earlier. I now scream and run back into the tower and report that there's no fire, there's people coming to burn this thing down. They then say not to worry and that they're sending some other people there, and they ask me to see what else is happening. I'm almost froze to the spot, but I force myself to go and look outside, and when I do, there's nothing. Literally, nobody there below the tower, nobody around at all, for miles. I search desperately, I frantically try and explain what's happening, and I ask them desperately to send some people out, and they say not to worry, there are. They then start questioning, am I fully awake yet? And am I sure it's not just my eyes playing tricks on me, but I'm absolutely certain at what I've seen. I ended up staying up there and refusing to come down until another 20 minutes until some other workers arrived. They questioned me, and they say they can't see evidence of anyone. Now, this is where it gets a bit crazy for me. One of them does find something odd. They can see some strange markings on the ground. It's almost like hieroglyphs, but not quite. It's like strange symbols that have been burned into the ground, obviously with something, but there's no people whatsoever. We do quite a big look around and we literally can't find anything to explain what this is. I'm completely freaked out now, and luckily one of the other workers takes over from me. A few days go by and nothing else really happens, and eventually I return to another station and the rest of my job goes completely normal for those couple of years. Now, none of the other workers experienced anything even remotely similar to what I did that day, and that kind of messes with me in more ways than one. I know for a fact that I wasn't seeing things, but I still don't know what I saw that day. This experience put me off being a fire ranger, and I'm kind of glad that I did, because I'd hate to be out there alone and have something similar happen again. Since this, I've also never been able to camp alone. So, one of the things I'd like to say before my story is that I put the Wendigo in quotes because I live in Central California in historically Milwaukee land, which, from what little I know about Wendigos, is quite away from where they're normally seen. So, if someone knows anything similar, I'd like to hear it. But yeah, 2 years ago, I and a group of 3 other friends decided to go to Humboldt County for a weekend. We go, see Fern Canyon, tour the HSU campus, and have a fun 4-day weekend camping on the beach. On Sunday it's time to come home. It was a 12-hour drive to where I was dropping my friends off, which I drove for the entire duration of. By the time I drop them off and start the last hour of the long drive back to my home, it's a little after 9 PM and completely after dark. Now, the 2 routes that somebody can take between my friend's house and where I live is across 2 different bridges and over a lake. I decide to take the main highway, as it's a little longer than the drive on the other road but fewer turns to navigate. The difference between the 2 routes was only about 2 miles or so, and as I'm about halfway across the bridge, I notice in my headlights that there's something on the shoulder. I slow down a bit to make sure that I'm able to move over if necessary. As I get closer, I'm able to make out what it is. Standing on the side of the road was about a 7 to 8 feet tall, humanoid creature. It looked emaciated with a ghost white skin that stretched across its bones. Obviously, I wasn't going to stop and get a closer look, but I've stopped and looked in the rearview mirror now, and trying to see if I can see any features of it, but there's none. It had completely vanished. The rest of my drive home was uneventful, and when I woke up the next morning, I brushed off what I saw as exhaustion from the long weekend drive and the 12 hours of driving before seeing the thing. That is until Tuesday, when I was talking with one of my friends who had gone on this trip. She told me that one of her friends had been driving over that bridge and saw a creature exactly like I had seen. That was when I told her what I had seen the night before, and she suggested it may have been a Wendigo. Before then, I'd maybe heard the name of it once or twice, but didn't pay much attention, as I wasn't interested in cryptids or ghosts or anything really. But what I saw was definitely bizarre and something that I can't explain. Now, these are some strange experiences from a camping trip in northern Ontario I went on back when I was a little kid with my dad and stepmom. I want to preface this by saying that, despite the things I've written about, it was still a good time. My parents split when I was younger, and I didn't exactly live with my dad. I still got to see him though, and these kinds of trips were a bonding experience where we always had fun. I just don't want that to overshadow the story. Now, onto the story. My stepmom and dad rented a tiny cabin in northern Ontario one summer through a family friend. I don't know exactly where it was, but I'm certain it was well in the north of Midland, the regular cottage country for Toronto folks. The cabin's on a lake and owned by somebody who has a tiny motorboat there which is ferried up. There wasn't an island, mind you. I think there was just not any roads to access it. Some strange things happened on this trip, and while there isn't a single cohesive timeline here, I'm not an experienced writer, but I've specified things to make it clear. So 1. The owner had left a canoe at the cabin, and we took it out for a lot of trips to the lake, usually to use later in the day. I was obsessed with frogs and fish and wildlife as a kid, and this lake was loaded with marshes, so I loved these outings. I remembered one in particular. It was almost sunset and we were heading back through one of the marshes, and I heard a faint humming, similar to a transformer coming from the tree line to the shore. Now my stepmom/dad noticed it getting louder too. It stopped all of a sudden a few moments later, but so did everything else. The sounds of birds, frogs, and any wildlife completely stopped. Nothing else strange happened on the way back, but it was creepy as hell. Now the cabin was on the shoreline, but there wasn't any beach or anything close to one. It was actually a very steep and rocky shore around the entire area, but once you got into the water there was sand. Mussels and crayfish actually thrive in there, and my dad got the idea to catch some for cooking. Now my dad isn't a woodsman by any means, but he's a very crafty and resourceful person. So we canoed to a sandy area close to the shore and waded in to catch mussels. On both sides of the water here, the shore was very steep and rocky, like 2 floors up with thick forest at the top. At some point during our escapade, I caught a glimpse of something along the trees on the opposite side of the shore. I couldn't make it out very well, but it was white, almost like the texture of birch and very lanky. I remembered thinking that it was definitely not a person, but it wasn't too far from the general shape of one. It was staggering around lethargically and slowly. If it was an animal, then something was definitely wrong with it. I waded over to my dad and told him to look up there, and by that point it was gone. Because of this, I'm not 100% sure that it could have been a real thing or not, but I don't know, I saw it so definitively, and I remembered seeing it again on the opposite side of the shore on the way back. Now this one I don't actually remember, instead my dad told me about. It was one of our canoe outings. My dad and stepmom decided to visit this little peninsula on the other side of the lake close to the marshes area. We all got there and dragged the canoe onto the little shore, and there wasn't a path, but the trees weren't particularly dense either, though there was enough to see water when you look back. Now pretty soon, he notices that the entire place is covered in mushrooms, and live trees had given way to dead/drowned trees further inland. This was unusual because it didn't look like there had been a forest fire or anything. They were just dead. Now, it also started smelling like really bad, and not wanting to endanger us by going further, we all turned back. He didn't want to let on that he was nervous because I was young at the time, but he told me that obviously it freaked the hell out of him. We stayed clear of the peninsula for the rest of the trip. Now, this is something my dad told me happened to him during his trip a couple of years ago. He said that he went hiking by himself at some point, and he was deeper into the woods, and everything around him just stopped. No sound whatsoever and no movement, no wind or leaves falling. It all returned a minute later, and nothing else eventful happened for the rest of the hike. This one isn't really as scary as much as weird, I guess. Now, we spent most nights having fires outside. Now one night my dad and I stayed up watching X-Files on this tiny black and white TV. I'm actually not sure how this place even had power since it wasn't accessible by road. Maybe it had a generator, or even a small PV/battery setup for all I know. There wasn't much other than a couple of lights, that TV, and a small water pump to the lake. Now anyway, I was young and X-Files was spooky to me. During one of the episodes, we both heard that humming coming from outside, like when we were on the canoe. It was faint, but definitely there. We went outside with a flashlight to see if we could identify it, but couldn't see anything. We didn't want to go into the woods this time, or take the canoe out, and it sounded like it was far enough away. But we just went back inside. Now, it was kind of intermittent throughout the rest of the night, sometimes louder and sometimes quieter. In the morning, our water wasn't working, and my dad went to investigate. Apparently, the pump power cable had been messed with, and it wasn't easy to fix, but weirdly strange. Now, this one is probably the most unsettling that I remember. I'd wake up earlier than everyone else most mornings because I get pretty hyped up to go out and catch toads and frogs and whatever else I can find. I even set a trap for a chipmunk one time and successfully capture it. I remembered one morning I'd just woken up before sunrise and was still in bed. Now, in the window adjacent to my bed, I see something that usually wasn't there. Now, it was half a face poking around the edge of the window staring at us, sickly pale orange with giant black eyes. This thing was definitely not human. I hid under the covers and eventually went back to sleep. When I woke up, everyone was awake, and there's no sign of anything being there. I always thought that this particular experience was just something I imagined, but about a month ago I met up with my dad while visiting my home city. We got talking about this trip a bit again, and he mentioned that quite a few times he felt uneasy on this trip. For example, my dad will usually go on jogs early in the morning. It's still a bit of a habit of his. He decided to abstain a couple of months and just stay in the morning in the cabin because there was something that he just couldn't describe and made him feel unwelcome there. I only connect this window with the incident after our conversation, but when I did, it really made me think about the entire trip and the one reason I decided to write a post about it. Now, I'm gonna end this here because it's gotten longer than I expected, but I was a little kid when these things happened, but I know what I saw, and my dad certainly knows what he saw too, and I don't know, I just think everything's somehow connected. Now, sort of not related, but I was out in the country lands of Texas on this remote trail mountain biking that I like to ride when I'm in town. While riding though, I saw an older man ahead strangely, but I remembered he was looking straight up at the sky. I see him about 60 yards ahead. It's a single track, so I don't have room to get around him. I simply stop and he hears me brake, and he then turns around with his head level and looking at me. What happened next made my skin crawl. He starts talking and waving his arms, but his voice sounds different from how he looks. It sounds like a child talking and sounding scared, but obviously he's 50 plus years old. He keeps talking, but it's like somebody's playing a recording from his body with his arm animations and mouth not lining up correctly to the things that he's saying. I turn around and book it back to where I parked my car and left quickly. He could have just been a wildernessy loony with a child's voice, but I don't know, something about it was just off, and he also doesn't have any gear or clothes that match a hiker whatsoever. Now this has been going on for a couple of years now, but it hasn't gotten to me until now. I work as a paddling coach in Canada. I coach canoe and kayak, dragon boat, standing up paddleboard and an assortment of other boats. I work year round, but when the water opens up, I work at a camp which is about 10 minutes from the city. The club is surrounded by deep woods and several other camps, and the plot of land next to me where I work is owned by some other facilities, but The camp only takes up about a quarter of the area. The rest of the forest is filled up with a spiderweb of deep woods that go on for really far. I used to train my athletes on the trail, but for a couple of years we weren't able to do it. Anyway, we go on the trails now every so often. It all started about 2 years ago. I was up the river coaching a dragon boat session. We were paddling along the side of the shoreline, and just as we're taking a break, I hear the most bone-chilling scream that I've ever heard coming from the woods not far from the shore. It sounded like a woman's, but sounded off, like really off, as though that she was struggling to get air or something. The whole boat stopped moving and stopped to listen. It was quiet for a long time until I asked, did anybody else hear that? A dragon boat holds 22 people, and just as I asked if everybody saw that, people nodded at me. People were quiet for a while to see if it would happen again. This is the first incident that happened late in the summer, so I assure and assume that it was just a kid screaming at a bug or something. It happens. When we didn't hear it again, we decided to continue the workout. Just as we go out, however, it happened again. Still the same gargling scream just beyond the tree line. Again, everybody in the boat stopped and listened. Now I actually wasn't 100% sure what to do. I had never dealt with anything like this before. It was one of those things that you question constantly, not sure if what you heard was legit or not. I beached a dragon boat on the shore just so we can take a look. Everyone was guessing what the source of the scream is, and could not be going much further than the tree line, we presumed. A couple of the guys and me took a look around but can't see anything, and it was honestly a really chilling situation. We eventually all decided to call it a day and head back, and I assumed it was just a campground hiking in the trails, and it eventually left my mind. Flash forward to last summer. I heard the screams once again, but only a handful of times over the season. I can't say how many times, but it could have been more than 3. Each time it would happen, me and whoever it was there would try and figure out where this is coming from. This happened all over the summer. It was never just one part of the season. I wanted to say that this wasn't the only weird thing happening at the club. Besides the odd disembodied screaming, myself and others would hear a few different sounds coming from the woods by the club. This would include a weird rasping wind blowing through the forest immediately, followed up by the sound of what can only be described as somebody gutting a fish very loudly. It's so hard to explain, but I want to do the sound justice because it chilled me to the bone. The worst thing I've experienced at work is somewhat too common nowadays. It usually happens when I have a younger trainer with me. With this group, I coach mostly sprint canoe and sprint kayak, and the group ranges from 12 to 17. I train the kids after school, and sometimes we go late before the sun sets. Sometimes I'm stuck closing up the club in the dark with the kids, which usually is when this happens. From time to time, when it's just a couple of us out after dark, me and my athletes hear footsteps coming from the woods around us. They always stop just short of the tree line. It doesn't sound like somebody running through the trails or anything, but as if someone is walking through the underbrush. Just as we hear it, me and the kids always fall silent to the exact same place. This usually prompts everybody to drop whatever they're doing and hightail it out to the parking lot to drive off. Now, all of this would have been fine. I'm a tough guy, and I don't scare easily. At least I don't think so, but a couple of days ago, something finally put me over the edge. It's been an exceptionally warm spring in Canada, which has allowed me to start working on the water 3 to 4 weeks earlier than usual. I was out on the water with a dragon boat crew, and we're paddling up and down, and it happened. Now, the scream sounded different now, still female but really demonic. All of the hairs on the back of my body stand up. The whole boat laughed awkwardly, assuming it's just another member from the club, or maybe just a member taking the hiking trails, but I didn't laugh. It hit me almost immediately. It could not have been another member of the club because I was the last there, and it couldn't have been any members of the other clubs because it's too early in their season. Theirs hasn't opened up yet. That was the other night, and I haven't decided what to do. The whole thing has put me on edge, and I haven't allowed myself to stay later than roughly about 8 these last couple of days. I'm not a usual on these kinds of places, but I've spoke to some other people and coaches about the screams who have also heard them, and none of us know what to think about it. Now, the screams usually come a couple of times in the summer, usually in twos, but I'll try and record it next time. Now, my mum is a psychic medium and has always told me about her fairy haunting stories. I never really believed her and thought she was mistaking lighting / bugs or fireflies for fairies, but last night she began talking about fairy hunting again, and I decided to go with her so I could experience what my mum had been speaking about. Now, we're in Lilydale. They have a fairy trail in the woods, so at around 10:30 PM we head into the woods with flashlights. We get about half a mile into the woods and my mum turned off all the lights and starts talking and welcoming them in. At this point, I'm sketched out and feel super uncomfortable about being in the woods with no lights. I was expecting to see a bear, not really a fairy. I then almost instantly felt extremely calm and start to see these flashing lights around me. I grew up in New York and I know what a lighting bug looks like, but these aren't those. It was almost like sparks you see when you have a lighter. Whatever was making it was obviously flying because you could see them moving. My mum then tells me to look behind me, and the tree directly behind me almost looked like it had little patches glowing in the dark. They then began to flash light, and we would sing and ask questions. I don't really know what to make of this experience. I feel like it's almost like something I've never had in my life before. Another weird part about this that makes me believe we weren't seeing bugs is that we asked multiple questions like flash twice for yes, and every time we did we got a reply. There were about 2 minutes where we didn't see anything, and my mum asked them to show us their beautiful lights a few more times before we left. And they all started showing us the lights again. Thought I would share my weird experience, and I still don't really know what to make of it. Now, in Canada, we have a scout system similar to the US. Our system by level is beavers, cubs, scouts and venturers. This happened during cubs, so there was this house on the property of the camp. It's a beautiful house, nice wooden smell, it was great. During this time, all the troops around us gathered for a weekend up in the house, so maybe 6 or 7 troops gathered. We'd be doing wooden car racing, etc. The house was split into 2 rooms, one for males and one for females, and the closest doors connects the 2 rooms. At the time, there was maybe 10 or 20 guys in one room and 10 to 15 females. Now, we'd be sleeping on the floors basically, with our sleeping bags. Now, after brushing, me and the guys went back to our room. We were talking and one of the kids said that this place is haunted, and that the closet that leads into the girls section is where somebody was hanged. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I always had a strange feeling in that doorway, so much so in fact that I put my sleeping bag across the room on the other side away from it. There was also an air vent there, that I was afraid as well, so I then moved into the middle. Even if I had to sleep in between 2 guys, I didn't mind. That night, after the counsellor shushed us to sleep, because you know guys, we talk for hours on end and don't get no sleep. Now it's maybe 4:30, I woke up, my head facing towards the closet when I noticed something going down. The closet door was slowly opening. I was kinda stunned, girls shouldn't be peeping on guys, and then I see a shadow, no bigger than 6 feet. It was crazy tall for its size. Now, I can best describe from memory. It's like the colour Vanta black. It was very blurry but crisp until the middle. It slowly inched its way across the wooden floorboards and making no sound, nothing. It just silently passes each kid as it went by. I didn't want this thing to see me, so I turned my head. It passed more kids and went slowly down. I was now trembling. I didn't know what it wanted. It kept moving slowly, passing a few kids ahead of me, and then it happened. The more it got closer, the more I felt dread. Now, not only did I feel dread, but I felt the air getting colder. And not just the physical feeling of cold, almost like my insides. The air was getting more cold and dry like liquid nitrogen. The greatest amount of that feeling happened when it passes me. I was maybe a few feet from the door, so when it went to the entrance I was at, I was terrified, and I literally saw it turning the doorknob. It pulled the door open slowly, exited before strangely enough shutting the door again. That morning when we were getting up from bed and walking down the rickety old steps, one of the kids says, "Did you see the shadow last night?" And maybe 4 of us said yeah. And we spoke about it for a short while and all agreed that everybody was in our sleeping bags and that nobody moved, and it couldn't have been any of us. I was camping in a little cottonwood canyon on October 11th of the last year with 5 of my buddies. We had a canyon party and it was super fun. The wind starts to pick up after the party goes on, and then eventually we get ready for bed. We're all sharing a tent and we're about a mile and a half from the road heading up the canyon in a very secluded area, when around 2 to 3 we start to hear this mechanical like THS movie intro sound growing faster and faster. The bass got insane and it felt like something was coming. All of my friends heard the same thing and it scared the life out of us. Then, as the sound was reaching its peak, it went dead silent. Then this huge rush of wind hit us. Now the next morning we all woke up to this huge stone underneath the top of our tent, right where we'd been sleeping. We then got out of the tent and realised that the entire tent has actually been moved about 5 feet. It scared the life out of us. I'm not a big believer of the paranormal or even aliens for that matter, but this occurrence was the first time that I had no explanation for it. Now, there was 5 adults sleeping in that tent, and there's no way that it could have moved that far on flat land without us noticing. Until this day, I get goosebumps about that noise. I thought I was dying. The noise lasted for what felt like 2 minutes. Now, I was dead sober while my friends were a bit tipsy, but I really don't know what this was. It's honestly like the THX intro slowed down on full volume, but imagine hearing this in the middle of the woods. I was living in California and had a hobby of backpacking in the Sespe wilderness. I liked the adventure, I suppose. There is everything out there from bear to Mexican cartel drug grows, but I wasn't ready for what I found. The wilderness is huge, over 200,000 acres. You could walk for days and never see anyone. On this trip, I was going out for 3 days. I'm a young man, mid-20s, and I was going with a lifelong friend, Tom, who's in his 40s. I've known him all my life. So one sunny Friday afternoon, we meet up after work and hit the trail. The trip was going well, until the second day had come. Camp is set up and we're hiking along a creek after breakfast. Creeks are nice for hiking because they let you get off the beaten trail, but it's hard to get lost. Anyway, Tom and I are hiking along the creek when we saw a cabin. Not a log cabin, but an almost large shed. Being that we're on public land, we knew it had to be one of the very few forest ranger outposts. When we approach a cabin, we announce ourselves but don't get a reply. We then see a large water reservoir next to the cabin, so we get some water and knock on the door. We walk 2 steps, stand on the small porch and knock on the door. The door swung in when Tom knocked. There was no one home. It was obvious that a ranger did not live here. There's a kitchen area. No one home. There's a Nazi flag. And a desk and book. We went in and everything was very clean, but worn. We look around. Tom walked over to a closet near the bed while I snooped through the desk. There were some white power books, Arcanist cookbook, and some other things on the shelves. On the desk I found the most interesting thing of all. It was a double-edged axe head. Engraved on it was, "I was there and not you," and the date is 1983. I showed the axe head to Tom and asked him, "What's in the closet?" and he said nothing but combat figures, a Ziploc bag full of blonde hair. At that time, we knew we had to leave. I turned to the door and held the axe in my hand. I wondered what it meant. I think it's weird too because I have blonde hair. Now, I put it back on the desk. I see what appears to be blood in the corner. It's old dried blood, but definitely blood. Now after camping, we go and make some food. That night, we traded man stories and I climb into my sleeping bag. It's a beautiful night under the stars. In the morning, I wake up. I can feel a weight on my chest. I look down and see a stack of things on my chest. It was my wallet, my ID, and some writing that said, 83, you better run. Needless to say, we got out of there and never come back again. This encounter happened when I was about 12 or 13. And with my best friend who was 3 years younger than me. The town we grew up in was incredibly safe, and it was very unusual for us to ever feel unsafe for the most part. The two of us often hung out in the local park down the street from our home. The park is quite large and open and backed onto an overgrown field and a small little wilderness type area. On this particular day, we were hanging out on top of a giant metal slide which had a great view of the whole park and the field that lied at the back of it. We're sitting there chatting away, and I noticed something in blue along the tree line between the field and wilderness. I notice it move closer and figure it's someone walking a dog or something in the field. The figure just stands there for a while, not moving, just standing perfectly still. I start getting a little creeped out and point out the person to my friend. She starts yelling at the person, "Hey, Smurf man, we aren't afraid of you," because she's an idiot. Suddenly the figure starts moving towards us, getting closer, moving quite fast now. We freak out and hightail it home as fast as we can. That afternoon, I'm out delivering my newspapers and I walk past the park and can still see a blue figure now in the park, but still far back. It seems like we're being followed. The next day, as I'm preparing my newspapers, I read one article and see someone escaped from prison and attempted to abduct a young girl He's then described as wearing a blue windbreaker, blue cap, and blue jeans, considered dangerous. A shiver now ran through my entire body, because I know that's who was stalking us. I told my mum and she thought I was nuts because the guy had escaped from prison a few towns over, and it seems impossible for him to have travelled that far. She called the police to give the tip anyway. They also seemed skeptical that he'd be out of town. However, a few days later he's apprehended in a different park in our town trying to abduct another girl. It is by far the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. I still get awful vibes when I stand in parks on my own. This happened to me over 30 years ago, but I still remember the feeling of fear as though it were yesterday. I was in college, female, and taking a course in outdoor survival. The course ended with a 3-day, 3-night wilderness solo. We were allowed to take a backpack, empty canteen, sleeping bag, knife, 6 matches, rope, a sheet of plastic, clothes, extra stocks, Hell Zone tablets, small cooking pot and spoon. No forks. We're not allowed to bring food or water since part of our training is identifying edibles and finding a water source. Once I was dropped off, I had to hike to find a spot to set up camp. First I had to place a flag on a tree near my drop-off point so that I could be located 3 days later. Now I'm loving life, just me and nature. I had no fears. Even as night began to fall, I enjoyed the sounds of the woods all around me and didn't mind not having a tent. I built a small fire, had a great feeling of peace. I slept well, but woke up thirsty. My search for water began. Happily, I found a muddy stream, let the water settle in my pot, place the tablets in and boil it. And it had a crappy taste, but at least I'm hydrated now. All went well. I have a great time until my last day. It was early in the afternoon. I clear up my camp, hiking out to my drop-off location. As I sat there, leant up against a tree, I heard the sound of a vehicle off in the distance. I figured that it had to be my pickup. Now as I'm waiting, a vehicle that I've never seen before pulls up in front of me. Immediately I realise that I do not know the man driving. He gives me an odd look. My gut tells me it's bad news. He says, "Hey, what are you doing there? And am I alone?" I then said, "Well, my friends are breaking camp behind me." He then gave me a wink, got into his vehicle and rode off. He then stopped, looked as though he's gonna come around. I didn't bother looking back. I was terrified. I knew I had to hide. I can hear his engine start. I ran into the woods and hid. As I ran, I hear him come past where I was originally standing. I stay quiet and remain hidden. I can hear him calling out to me walking through the brush. I'm so afraid. He says I'm gonna regret this and that he's coming back with more. I hear the car door slam, the engine start and him pull away. Going back to my drop-off point is now not an option, so I began hiking through the woods, hoping I would find base camp. After walking for what felt like hours, I see a forest ranger. I told him who I was and what happened to me. He told me I'd done the right thing because a young girl had been brutally attacked the night before, and the police and forest service had been searching the area. Luckily he drove me to the base camp where I learnt that another girl in my class had another encounter with that guy, but also ran away. If there's anything to be learned from this, it's sure to always trust your gut and never camp alone. My friends and I decided to go camping one spring break. We had planned a week in advance, and as the day got closer, the weather turns worse. It's cold and grey, unheard of for Kansas. The night finally came along with yet another cold front. It was in the 30s, but we had dressed warm, stocked up on whiskey and beer. The plan was to hit a spot that we knew about. It's barely accessible by a 4x4. We wanted to really camp, none of those designated sites for families and seniors in RVs. We aimed to be very far away from civilization, which was only made up by a single spotlight and a couple of hundred people that drove into the woods. After 30 minutes of bone-rattling dips across dry creek beds and detours around trees, it starts to rain. By the time we find camp, it turns to hell. The spot was marked by an ancient dirt road with a few hundred feet of log-in roads and rotting carcasses. That night, we pass a bottle round, hoping we'd figure out the tents before we're too drunk. Eventually we do, and manage to start a fire with diesel. At this point the howl had stopped, and the empty whiskey bottle lay broken in the fire, and we had a decent pile of empty growing. We drank, played cards, and passed out in our tents. The next morning I gradually regained consciousness to the sound of something large being dragged past my tent. It was what looked to have once been a station wagon, stripped and rust covered, dragging the VW with a chain. The VW had been there for so long that the floor had rotted out, and roots had tied it to the forest floor. They lay scattered in the wake of the wagon. A woman is driving, a man's beside her, and 3 shirtless kids sat in the back where there used to be seats. The man stared out of the window away from us the whole time. The children had dirt smeared on their faces, which illuminates part of them, and you can see their 1,000-mile stares. It's really weird. I don't like it. It's the look of crushing poverty that you've only seen in pictures existing in war-torn countries. The projects in inner cities and deep south. They then start talking to us. You all come from the city to do some camping. Well, that's fine as long as you ain't doing no drugs. You ain't doing drugs, are ya? Now we aren't. They say just drinking then, hell, I like a drink now and then my darn self. That's fine, that's just... You all want to know something about here. Have you seen them black helicopters flying around? Then some boys at work for me. This is my land, and they told me that you can't be too careful, so I figured I'd check it out. She then begins laughing. She then says, "You'll know Bethany?" We don't. Everyone knows her, you'll go church. I lie and say yes. She says, "Good, I ain't got no time for those that don't fear God. Why don't you come to the church tomorrow? It's in the basement, you can meet Bethany. It's just over there up the hill, you can't miss it." Boy, sure she'd like to meet you all. They all would. We assured her we would. She drove away into the trees, slowly dragging the VW. As soon as she left, we all look at each other and start laughing. Very nervously, we all have the remnants of a primitive warning system for danger. It's been eroded by living safe and civilized, but every once in a while, you know when something's wrong. I mean, everything about this situation's just wrong, and we're miles away from help. I mean, heck, this is the only person we've seen out here, and we definitely don't want to go into the basement for whatever lied there for us. We decide right then and there to pack up and leave and never come back again. Hello everyone. I'm very unwell at the minute, so sorry I've not been able to upload much this week. I'm on the upload and should be back to normal in the following days. Let me know what kind of stories you'd like to see me do. Hope you'll enjoy this video. Let's begin. This is actually my stepmom / her best friend story. Now my stepmom, we'll call her Mancy, grew up as kind of a privileged teen in the 70s. Her mum and her family had moved over here, the States, from England when she was about 9. She went to a pretty nice high school in a really nice town. There, she made friends with a girl Lily, who didn't exactly run with Nancy's type of crowd. They hit it off, and Lily would take Nancy out to do her type of stuff: hiking, fishing and sailing. Anyway, because of Lily's influence, the two of them would go and do stuff like that a good amount. One Sunday, they decide to hike in some hills about an hour away. Nancy then puts on what I'm sure were her extremely expensive hiking shoes, and the two of them drove off to the hiking trails. Lily parked in the big clearing with the makeshift parking spots, but there's no other cars there. This was only important in hindsight. They started hiking up the hill, off the path, because Lily fancied herself as a badass. This hiking was nothing extraordinary. Anyway, they reached the top of the hill and my stepmom is done. The polished, pampered side of her was coming out and she groaned until Lily said okay, they're gonna rest, then walk, but slower. They had started down the hill for maybe only 10 minutes when Mancy started moaning again. Lily conceded to walking down the side of the road instead of the rough hiking trail Prior picked. So there they are, probably looking like a couple of tools geared up for some hiking and walking down a crappy road. And after not even 5 minutes, a truck pulled up next to them. It's red and rusty, and just generally looks like a clunker. The guy rolled down the window, and the girls look in through the passenger side window. He had a big beard, baseball cap pulled down, long brown hair. He greeted them, even smiling through his beard, asking if they needed a ride. Mancy describes him as charming, even cute. Lily still says the moment he greeted them, chills went up her spine. But despite her better judgment, my stepmom convinces her to get in the truck, saying it's only going to be a 10-minute drive tops. The two girls now open the passenger side door to the old rusty thing, the guy directing them to the back seat. They settle in, and the truck goes forward. Lily always says this is a point when it hit her that they made a big mistake. The back seat was clean enough, but there's rope on the floor, and 4 boxes of saran wrap hanging out from under the passenger seat. It seems kind of creepy but weird. Very out of place. But Lily didn't want to freak out my stepmom, keeping quiet. After 10 minutes, the woods don't look any clearer. They hadn't seen another car the whole time. Lily asking how long he thought it'd be. He said he's going to take a different route down the hill and had to stop somewhere first. That was it. Now the girls were about 18 at the time and Lily didn't want to press the issue. She was scared. Now she could remember his hair because she'd sitting behind him. It was very tangled and dirty. She noticed crusted mud on his collar. Trying to find something identifiable about him, getting scared the more she picks up on details. He was youngish, strong looking. had a 1 on both of them, so they didn't ask any more questions, and he didn't offer any information and they drove on. Several minutes after that, they reach a tiny shack / log cabin looking place right in a clearing. There was an old stump where someone had been cutting wood down with a huge axe and with a log. Lily's on red alert now. The guy turned off the truck and slipped out saying, "I'll be right back, don't get out," and he goes to the house. Lily tried to speak to my stepmom about how incredibly uncomfortable she is, but she mostly dismisses it. Lily begins laughing, increasingly freaked out, finally putting her foot down, demanding Mency exits the truck with her. So when they get out and walk around the front of the vehicle, they're now found to be about 50 yards away from the house. The guy would have left 2 young girls in the truck alone while going into his house. So they wander around, looking at it hesitantly. If the guy's really decent, he is just giving us a ride, then it'd be super rude for us to run off, right? My stepmom had this strict upbringing when it comes to manners and public persona, and she saw it as an issue of that nature, so she actually started to head back to the truck, opening the front door to climb in the driver's seat. Lily's mad now though, and yells at her. Oh, the driver's side door. Just under it, by the seat, you can see a big hatchet. It's covered in red and brown stains, like the floor. Lily's uncomfortable and starts losing it. My stepmom starts getting hysterical. They decide to leave. They're gonna book it off to the side of the property, into the trees. They bumped around in the trees for a little while until Lily was fairly confident they're on their way back down the hill. My stepmom cried all the way down, Lily feeling bad about it, but completely freaked out. When they finally got back down to the bottom and saw the old wooden fence that surrounded the original parking area, they were relieved. As they got closer, they saw it. The truck, parked on the other side of the gravelly makeshift lot, just sitting there facing the other way innocently. They couldn't see if anyone's in it, and of course Mancy wanted to run for the car, but Lily's hesitant. She managed to calm down my stepmom, saying she wanted to wait before running out into the open to see what's out there. Remember, it's the 70s. No cell phones. There was no ranger station around or any park rangers. The parking lot was big and empty. Who knows what would have happened if they decided to stroll across it. Thankfully, Lily convinces my stepmom to chill, and the two of them hunker down against a big tree, hidden by bushes and the other trees, and waited it out for what seemed to be a couple of hours. When dark starts to fall, all the animals start coming out and making sounds, and my stepmom predictably started getting antsy and began bothering Lily, who was tired, and moves away, giving in. She was just planning their dash to the car when they hear a loud bang sound across the twilight lit lot. They watch as one of the back doors to the car swings open, and a bearded guy jumps out. He got out, shut the door, looking around for a few moments, then getting back in his truck. The truck lumbers past their car and out of sight. They can tell he's about to do a loop and come back. They wait until he's around a corner, then sprint into their cars, peeling out as fast as they can. They never went on expeditions like this again, but also never reported it to the authorities. Okay, so let me start by saying I'm a 23-year-old. At the time of this story, I was 19, 5'5", fat girl from England. My weight and country come into play later. So I would take my dog for walks at night. That was until this experience. Now, it's not the kind of dark where you can't see anything, but the kind where you can't make out much further in front of you. As a disclaimer, this is the middle of nowhere. We're in a village where everyone knows each other and strangers are rarely spotted. Now, a fair few of my neighbours walk late at night, and I meet most of them, and there's usually this 6'3", heavily tattooed 46-year-old man with two friendly big dogs, one Mastiff and another German Shepherd. We were great friends and still are. Now, on this particular night, I bumped into him, just ending his walk, which happened to be a couple of times, and it's no big worry. I'm around half an hour into my 45-minute walk in the woods, earphones in with music playing and just checking my phone to see what song's on next. I notice my dog is looking up as if he can see something. I assume it's another neighbour, fox or deer. I looked up calmly and I see a strange man standing about 20 foot away from me, holding a rifle. Not a dog. It wasn't hunting season and this is England, so you can't really get guns unless you're a farmer, let alone a rifle. He looks angry and stares at me. At this point, I remembered my head torch and he turns to look at me. He angles himself to my face, and at this point I knew I couldn't turn around or run since I'm out of shape. I carry on walking. As we go past, my dog gives him a wide berth, which is very unusual because he's normally friendly and loves everyone. I'm very confused by this. Now, I shuffle past him and say evening. I try and speed walk out of there. I look over my shoulder as I'm about to leave the woods. I saw he hasn't moved an inch and he's still staring at me. I never walked alone at night again. This freaked me out so much because it never happened since, and there's no hunters near me. I'm certain he was not meant to have that gun, and I'm sure I've heard a gun go off at some point around the time of my travels near then. Back in the early 90s, I was a kid, around 13 at the time of the incident. I used to stay at my grandparents' house a lot, out in a very rural area in S.E., Arkansas. When I say very rural, I mean it was a series of networked dirt roads to get to their house. The closest neighbours besides my aunt and uncle, who lived about a quarter of a mile off a dirt road, was a mile away. This was very backwards and isolated from the rest of civilization. The closest town was a 10-mile trip away. It's in the middle of farmland and mostly woods. They had lived up in this house since my mum was a child and had both grown up a ways down the dirt road. Anyway, there was a general store roughly 3 or 4 miles down the network of dirt roads. Now this is your typical country dirt road shop. It's run by an old lady and her husband, and its customers only consisted of people who lived out there. Now one day, my grandmother said to me if I wanted to walk to the general store and get some milk, eggs and a few other miscellaneous items. I said sure. She gave me some money and I headed on my way. Now it was fairly early in the day and I had plenty of time to get back before dark, which I always made sure to do when I was out roaming. Things can get pretty creepy out in the backwoods of Arkansas after nightfall. It's a darkness unlike most people have actually experienced before, due to no light pollution, and not really many street lamps. Now me being a 13-year-old, had poor time management skills. I stopped at the bottom of a hill next to the small wooden bridge you have to cross and messed around at the creek creating crawdads and such. By the time I left the store, I realised it was quickly approaching night. This was fall, and darkness set upon the land very early. I didn't want to be walking these lonely roads, especially not through the woods, so I go as quick as I can. I'm running and sprinting as much as possible, but it's not enough. By the time I'd made it back to the bottom of the hill near the ridge, it's almost completely dark, and there was an eerie sort of glow brought about by a very bright, nearly full moon that was rising. At the top of the hill was a road that's perfectly straight and flat, with the woods on the left side and a large hill on the right. About half a mile up from the top of the hill is my grandparents' house, and you can see it from there. As I top the hill, I can see the faint glow of lights at their house. I'm starting to feel a little bit better now, but I'm still not feeling very good. The field on the right was somewhat illuminated by the glow of the moon, and my eyes have only just adjusted to the darkness. As I walk up the road, I hear something from the left, behind me on the wooded side of the road. It sounded like leaves being rustled. I turned around and see nothing at first, but then, as my eyes began to focus, I see something in the ditch, a black shadowy shape slowly moving towards me. At first I think it's a dog, but then I realise it's way too large to be one. And then I realise it wasn't actually walking on 4 legs, it was kind of crawling, like a person. I stare for a moment, out of sheer confusement, trying to figure out what I was seeing, and then a jolt of fear shudders me as it dawns on me. Whatever this thing was had been trying to sneak up on me for a while. At that exact moment, this thing stood upright out of the ditch on its 2 feet like a normal person. It had the shape of a human, but long arms, legs and such. It stood roughly 7 to 8 feet in height and was completely covered in black or maybe dark brown hair. Its face is dark in colour, and I can't really recall seeing much in the way of features. It was no bear, that's for certain, or any other kind of animal that I know for that matter. I immediately dropped the bag of stuff I'd been carrying and bolted as fast as I could, trying to get towards my grandparents' house. I heard a heavy breathing and weird sound behind me, hearing footsteps on the gravel as whatever this thing is starts to chase me. Now, I didn't turn around to look because I didn't need to. I can hear it crashing into the woods, earth-shattering, and some ungodly scream coming out of that thing, a sound I've never heard before. By the time I reached my grandparents, my heart felt as though it was about to explode from my chest. It's a type of adrenaline that I've never had before. I must have been sprinting as fast as possible for half a mile. I flew into the house, and in an incoherent mess of hyperactive gibberish, tried to explain to my grandparents what happened. My grandmother didn't really seem to believe me, but did believe something scared me, which annoyed me, thinking it was some kind of dog. The next morning I woke up, and I can see my grandpa sitting outside on the porch, whittling wood underneath the shaded tree in front of the yard, as he often does. I went and sat down beside him in one of the old metal lawn chairs. He's a very rational man, down to earth, grown up and hunted in that area his entire life. He knew every square inch of it, mapped out into his mind. He knew every type of critter and creature that lived in the woods, what noises they made, where to find them and how to catch them, etc. I'd only been hunting with him for a couple of years, but had been going out into these woods with him since I was pretty young, going on walks and such. He had passed a lot of knowledge down to me during those adventures. I spoke to him about what happened, and told him I knew what I saw. I wasn't being over exaggerative, and it wasn't due to my imagination. I wasn't making it up. And it definitely wasn't a dog. He knew that I wasn't some dumb 13-year-old kid. He knew what I saw was real. He stopped whittling, looked me right in the eyes and said, "I know what you saw. I've seen it there before too. There's something out in them woods that people don't understand, and that's someone that you don't want to mess with." I remember those words very clearly to those days, because it gave me affirmation, but at the same time made me realise that whatever I'd seen was very real in existence, and beyond my understanding. My grandpa then went on to tell me that far back in the woods, there are some cliffs at the bottom of these cliffs in a cave. He told me that that cave is where the creature lived. He once stumbled upon it a long time ago while hunting. He said he was standing on the top of the cliff looking at the creature fitting the same description, and it emerged and began to scream, throwing rocks at him. He said he took a shot at it, missed, and then this thing chased him. My grandpa was on top of the cliff, so in order to get back, he had to run a distance, but luckily he managed to put some good space between them. He said the whole way back home, he felt as though he was being watched, and kept hearing twigs snap behind him. He was certain that it was following him, stalking him. He made it home, and as he reached his front porch, he turns to look towards the trees, and he can see this thing peeking out behind a tree staring at him. Later that night, he said that my grandmother awoke in the early hours of morning to find large rocks being thrown at the house, as well as hearing an unholy sound screeching out of the creature. He said he could hear it walking around on the front porch, rattling the doorknobs, banging on the windows, and it sounded like it was muttering to itself in a low, deep voice. But it didn't sound like a normal language, just a bunch of gibberish. After a while, that thing went back to throwing some more rocks and howling. So my grandpa grabbed his shotgun and fired it off, and into the darkness where this thing's running into the woods. Now, he didn't know if he'd hit it or not. He said that was the last time he ever saw or heard from it. However, over the years, farmers would report cows being mutilated, or someone's hunting dog would go unexplainably missing, or somebody would have a story about some strange creature they'd seen. He said it only scared my grandmother beyond words, and she absolutely refused to talk about it ever or even acknowledge that it happened, which explains her acting weird about it when I told her. I know it's a pretty far-fetched story, but please believe me, this is true. And till this day, I've never actually spoken of it to anyone other than my grandpa. When I was 14 years old, me and my brother, who's 11 years, visited my grandma's house in the summer. On the third day, we were playing some games with our friends until around 6 o'clock, and we went to the grandma's house to take snacks, but there was no one in the house. We took some snacks though from the fridge and started playing cricket with an exam pad and a plastic ball. My brother stopped playing and stared at the window for like 7 seconds. I asked him what's wrong and he said nothing. And we start playing again for some time. My brother then stopped the game again and starts crying and said to me to look at the window, but I don't see anybody. And he starts crying even more loudly, saying that there's somebody looking at us from outside the window. I go and look but can't actually see anything, but he was still trembling with fear. I look at the window once again, though this time with more focus, and I can see a black head or something. I don't know what it is, right at the corner of the window, and it's staring at us, and then slowly hid by moving from the right side out of view, and I can see that it's definitely a person, or at least the shape of somebody, but impossibly black, almost like the kind where no light can escape whatsoever. Now at this exact moment, there's suddenly the sound of a plate falling from our kitchen, which doesn't make sense, nobody's there. Out of fear, I grab his hand and we run to the room, and then wait for about 30 minutes there. I can see the window from outside, and there's nothing there. My brother slowly stops crying and I say to him, "What did you see there?" And he said he saw a very dark hand grabbing the bottom window, waiting for somebody there, clearly. We then wait for our grandma to return and we told her the story and she thinks it's a cat and quickly dismisses us. But I know what I saw. Now my husband and I were camping in the Badlands National Park one October a few years ago. The entire park was nearly abandoned since peak camping season had ended, but we were fine with that. It felt secluded and exciting to us. Now, if you haven't been there, Google a picture and you'll see it's breathtaking. Now there's no towns to speak of, only a small village nearby where there's a school, a church, and a few other shops and hotels for tourists. Now during the night time it would get dark, so you can't really see your hand in front of your face, that dark. The first and only night we stayed there, my husband and I met the ranger on duty who warned us that it's only going to be us staying there that night, and apparently the ranger's cabin was far from where the site we are, so if we run into trouble it might be some time before they can get to us. But we're both experienced campers, so this news didn't really worry us at all. It just made the prospect more exciting, I guess, being alone in such a beautiful place. After we set the tent up and cooked our dinner, we decided to get set up inside the tent since we're coming off a long day of driving and are pretty exhausted. We walked for a while before I heard a heavy, regulated breathing that told me I was the last one awake, and I noticed how profoundly quiet it is outside. We lived in Chicago at the time, so I should have thought this silence would be a welcome change, but it didn't really change anything, just unnerves me deeply. A few hours later, I'm jolted awake, only to feel the alert of my husband standing up next to me. He was listening to something. Almost immediately I heard what must have awoken me, the frenzied beating of like 100 drums. We held our breath as we listened for what felt like hours, but it never wavered, never lessened. In fact, it got louder and louder. Eventually we both laid down and tried to fall asleep, but neither of us could. We left at the first light the next morning. As we left the park, the ranger asks if we had any trouble. The ranger actually comments that it doesn't look like we've had any sleep. We both look at each other before deciding to say what we heard. The ranger stops for a moment before saying, "Oh, just have a safe journey back." On the way home, I looked up the history of the Badlands and found out about the ghost dance. It was apparently to reunite the living with the dead and rid the lands of the homesteaders who had taken it from them. We didn't know much about what we heard that night, but we definitely felt that it was something paranormal and truly something bizarre that we experienced. Now this happened a few months ago and has been bugging me. I was out hiking and rappelling with a friend in the hills near Tombstone. I want to mention that I've spent quite a bit of time solo hiking and camping. I am used to hearing noises and brushing it off. Anyway, it's late afternoon and I'm the first one to rappel down. I got to the bottom and while my partner was getting ready to follow me, we heard a noise that I would only describe as a growl or snarl. It sounded like it was coming from the ridge above us. It was facing the cliff and sounded like it's coming from the right hand side. We both looked around and can't see anything. I encourage him to come down and even half joke that it's probably a bear or mountain lion. At that point, I wasn't even feeling that nervous. I figured that once the two of us are together again, we would be pretty intimidating to an animal. While he rappels down, I then hear a loud crash to what seems to be parallel to my left. At this point, I start getting really scared because it was getting closer and closer, and also somehow gone from right to left on an exposed cliff without either of us seeing what it was. He successfully rappelled down, and we both agree that we need to get out of there, and we still had a steep downhill climb to the car. We pack up the gear as quick as possible, and as we get our packs back on, we heard what sounded like a howler monkey. The noise was close and we could not see anything to have been making it. Of course it was from the direction that we needed to go, so we hauled down the mountain and got into the car. I know that it can be easy to let the mind play tricks, but we had the exact same account of what happened. Now this is a part I hesitate to put into writing because I know it sounds more insane, but we heard giggling and whispering next to us. Both of us heard this. I keep trying to explain to myself that our minds just played a trick. The first noise I would chalk up to a bear or mountain lion. Animals are stealthy and could run out in front of us, but we would notice. Well, maybe somebody had fell, but surely we would have seen it, so I don't really know what to think of this. Okay, so I live on the west coast of BC in Canada, about midway up the coast. So I was driving my girlfriend back to her grandma's house 2 towns over from mine, about a 2.5 hour drive on the highways. I had driven her home and spent most of the day visiting her. This town she's from is right on the coast. It's a port city. Not super important, but I want to point out that I spent the day there and now was getting ready to drive back home. About 25 to 30 minutes into the drive, I'm on the highway that runs parallel to the mouth of the river on one side, and the CN tracks are on the other, so it goes to my left, and then the road that I'm on. And it's kind of like a mini channel where the river ends. So I'm driving, and it's getting dark, but I'm not so tired or drowsy at all. There's a few rest stops along the way on the right, on the riverbank. I need to urinate, so I start slowing down at the first sight of one, and something scurries across the road. And that's almost all that happened. It was 4-legged, and at least from what I saw, like a bear. Somehow a bit different. It was black, like black, like unnaturally. No texture or anything, just void of light or colour. And it ran out of the bush, over the rails, and I was going slow enough that the wind and noisy highway was gone and I heard it. It sounded like a metal tapping as it ran over the ballast and rail. Then, almost like the sound of if you took a rod or rebar and stabbed it into the ground, then metal again as it ran in front of me. Its body was shaped like how people described a UFO, almost a flat disc shape, like an overstretched oval thing. Now it had no features, no eyes, no face, no mouth, that I could see at least. It ran across the road, limbs stretched out as it ran. Then it ran into the rest area, over the bank, and I'm guessing to the river. I kept driving, and I didn't urinate until 2 hours later after getting home. I tried to search up this thing online, but I've never had any luck. If anybody could help me, I'd appreciate it. And this thing was big, honestly. It was kind of like the size of a VW Beetle, big and fast. Now my girlfriend says that it may have been a ghost or skinwalker, but I've never heard of any of these around here. Maybe a Wendigo, but I'm not too sure. Now, as far as I can find, the most reasonable answer is that it's either a cryptid or something of that nature that hasn't been documented before, or maybe even an alien drone type thing. I'm pretty skeptical about it, but I really don't know what this could have possibly been. Now, I was with 2 friends in my truck. I was driving and it was dark, but not necessarily late. Probably about 10 PM, we were traveling to Page, Arizona / Lake Powell from Durango, CO, to pass through to Catania, Arizona, part of the Navajo reservation. I had been to the Catania before, several years prior, with a friend of mine who grew up there. We spent the entire day just having a good time with his people, but as soon as the sun starts to drop, his mother and grandmother are insisting that we get off the res before dark. So it had a reputation as being weird, but lots of reservations do at night. Flash forward to me and my friends in the truck. Now we're on a long straight road with 2 lanes with classic red desert on both sides in daylight. There's another vehicle coming the opposite way and no crossroad in that area. There's another vehicle coming, and this is important because right before we go to pass each other, what I can only describe as a metallic thing went streaking right between us at a perpendicular angle, like literally feet away from our bumpers. It looked to be about the size of an SUV with no lights or any kind of discernible shape, but it seemed smooth. It's a weird comparison, but like a speeding bullet in Mario Kart. All 3 of us saw it, and I think the other people did too because they hit on their brakes hard. It kind of disappears out of view, and none of us know what it could have been. I work part-time as a park ranger, meaning that I'm called out whenever they need me, and sometimes I'll just back up the main force. I'm also not in the United States of America, so there might be some differences. I don't really know much about your guys' park rangers, but hopefully you still enjoy my story. Now, being out in the forest was something that I often enjoyed, but it could get incredibly cold where I live. You didn't always have to go far to find snow in my country. Whether that means it's summer or winter, there was always snow at least somewhere, regardless if you had to go higher up the north to find it. Now, where I was stationed, it was often snowy, but I didn't have any problem with that. It just meant that my normal was kind of being in the snowy conditions, but that wasn't really an issue. So I've really enjoyed this career, and it's something that I was doing while studying simultaneously. I found that it gave me quite a nice balance, and it was kind of like an adventure getting called out to go out into the forest and often search for people or just investigate things, and I found it really cool. I was never too worried because they would know where I was going and what I was doing, so the chances of myself becoming lost were pretty low. I remember that I got a call that I had to go out and search for a particular person that apparently wandered off the trail. So I head out. It's not really too dark at this point, it's just kind of nice outside, I guess, where there was a bit of a wind chill but nothing too bad. I know we can get some incredibly annoying ones where you actually don't want your face to be near anything, but this one wasn't bad at all. The good thing I found too is when looking for these lost people, they often didn't go far off the trail, and because we're blessed with snow, it meant I could just trace footprints, and that's what I was doing. I probably searched for about a good 40 minutes, and I find some steps and I follow them. The steps just look like somebody wandering off the trail, and God knows why somebody would have went here. It meant that you had to duck down literally every 2 or 3 minutes to avoid getting a face full of snow from the low-hanging branches, but each to their own, I would guess. Now I eventually find somebody up ahead, and I can see them just wandering with some red coat on. I call out hello, and they don't reply. I call out hello again, and they still don't stop. And I wasn't actually meant to do this, but I actually just grab a snowball and lob it at them. Now it hits them and they finally turn around, and they seem to be very surprised to see someone. I say, "Hey, what are you doing? You're miles off the path, we're looking for you." They then motion with their hands to wait a minute, and I'm a little confused. I don't know why they've been ignoring me too. I genuinely consider that maybe they can't hear me whatsoever and they can't hear and they've just got lost or something. But they take off some headphones. They say, "What?" I shout, "Hey, we've been searching for you. You know the park closed a few hours ago." And they say, "Really?" I say, "Yeah." I say, "Where were you going?" And they say that they were following the trail. I then explain to them that they shouldn't really go off the trail and how incredibly dangerous it is, and eventually they come back with me. Now this person says that they don't know why, they just had the urge to keep going, and I say that it's incredibly dangerous, but I do think this is quite bizarre. They're basically completely fine and decided to go off on their own little adventure, but I was just relieved to find the person and we both walk back together. Now we come up to a small bridge, and I go across it first because they say they're a little worried. I kind of danced across to show that it was safe, and I turn back and they're gone. I can't believe it. I think, God, are you joking? I've just rescued this person and now they've gone off again. Almost like if you found a dog that's your own and it's ran off and you have to rescue it, then it runs off immediately after. I wasn't too annoyed because there was still quite a lot of daylight, so I just head back and call out, "Hey," and then I can find them. They're hiding behind a tree almost, gripping to it, scared to go across the bridge. Now a little annoyed, I say, "Come on, we have to go. Just trust me." And I hold their arm and we make it across the bridge. After about another 20 minutes or so of walking, we eventually make it back to the main station and I get them in and warm again. My colleagues just thanked me for my service and I say no, it's my pleasure, and I go about the rest of my day. Now the next day we get a call out again. This time it was only for myself, as the other person that did this part-time couldn't get out of their work, so I was on my own. Now, apparently there was an area that I needed to go and check out because people have been reporting hearing some strange sounds and seeing some weird activities along the lines of a group of people going out here, then not seeming to come back again. We were definite that they weren't hikers, and this was only off of word of mouth from other hikers that have noticed this, but it seemed pretty weird. Now no, I'm not one of them people that's going to throw myself into really dangerous situations, and I knew if something was up, or if they come for me, I definitely wasn't sticking around, and I wasn't going to enforce much of anything other than my own running away. Now, when I set off, things are pretty nice. It's actually a little colder than the previous day, which I didn't have too much of an issue with, so I set off into the snow. Now this time you can actually see lots and lots of footsteps, and I have a general area that I'm following. Now you could see that there was lots of other hikers here, but this was an issue for me, because now it means that I haven't really got any footsteps to follow. I presumed that I was going to run into a group of people that were camping out here or doing something stupid in a hot tent they weren't supposed to, so I just continue on. Now this isn't what you guys say as a national park, but it was a protected forest, so I was pretty mindful of the fact that there shouldn't be too many people camping here. I eventually make it up to another small bridge where I can't see any footsteps other than the ones that I'm creating. I got up some steps and realised that this is a little bit bizarre because I haven't seen this before. I'm not really too worried about it right now though, so I just keep on going. I eventually come up to almost the boundary of the area that I'm supposed to search, and I do see the traces of something. There seems to be something which is darker colour up ahead of a few trees, but there's no footsteps and I can't really see much of anything there. I realise that there's definitely a structure I haven't seen before, and I'm pretty convinced that I'm looking at a tent here. I wade my way through the snow and actually go off of the path a bit further now. You can tell nobody ever really goes up here, it's very far, and there's not much to see here. The snow picks up a bit now and it kind of reduces my visibility, and it means that I'm not going to really see much of this thing until I'm pretty much on top of it, but that's fine. I keep on going, and eventually I'm just about within sight of this thing, and that's the first bizarre thing. It's quite large. It's almost like a large wooden structure, but it's something that is not on my map and something that I haven't seen before. I decide that I should go and investigate it, and I'm pretty convinced this is something that the old timers used to use, long before I was born or even my parents. I can't really see much of this thing, but it's almost like a weird effect where the closer I get, the larger it seems to become. Not in the sense of perspective change, but impossibly. It almost looks like a two-story wooden structure, but with no windows, just a door. Now this is pretty bizarre. I get very close to it and put my hand on it just to make sure it's real. I notice suddenly that things are weirdly quiet, but that's fine. Where I am, there's not many animals or insects, of course, so this is kind of normal. And I make my way around one side of it. I realise that this shouldn't be here, and I go to flick on my radio and report it in, but what do you know, radio's not working. It's no worries though, I just flip in another battery and I report in what I'm seeing. They ask me for my coordinates, but I can't seem to get anything up on the GPS. It's quite weird, it's almost like when I went into this kind of valley section of the park, or forest whatever, that I seem to lose pretty much all reception. This isn't an issue though, and I just take a few steps back. I decide the best thing to do now is try and get an vantage point. I'm not going to go up a tree because I can't climb, though it seems like it might be a good option because I have to hike a bit of a way up a hill. I'm not sure whether there's more of these things, and it is a really entirely bizarre new experience for me, so I start to make my way up the hill. I don't see any hikers or anybody around, so after eventually getting up there and surveying, I realise that this thing seems to have just been put there out of nowhere, which is pretty bizarre. One of my colleagues reassures me, saying that yeah, there's probably things that weren't mapped out too well and not to worry, but I don't know, I have a weird feeling about this. After standing on top of my hill, I eventually come back down again and decide that I'm going to investigate the structure. No, I'm not feeling fear or anything, but weirdly I do seem to notice new footsteps that are somewhat different from my own. Now they aren't like normal footsteps, so it's almost like trailing along, but with breaks in the trails, if that makes sense. It's going to sound like a weird explanation, but it's almost like an animal's been skiing around here, but I know it's not that. I know the area well, and it's definitely no animal that I'm aware of, so I'm pretty sure people have caused that. I'm a little bit concerned because they seem like relatively fresh tracks, probably a couple of minutes newer than my own, but that's fine. I reassure myself, yeah, it's just an animal like a rabbit, and maybe it's just getting hunted or chased, and I decide to go towards the door. I give some knocks on the door and quickly stand back, expecting some people to jump out and capture me, but nothing happens. I'm not really sure what to do now. I decide to walk off and just sit in the snow close to a tree for a couple of minutes and just wait and see what happens. I don't know why, but that seems to be the best thing that I can do in this moment, just to hold off and just be nice and quiet and figure out what's actually happening. I drink some water from my canteen, and I'm almost tempted to light up a cigarette, but I know that's quite a stupid idea. I can suddenly feel my nerves coming on a bit stronger now, and that's actually what I decided to do. It's kind of out of character for me, and I don't really smoke much too. It's just my friend giving me a couple from when we had a night out not long ago, and I thought it might be a relaxing thing to do if ever I was walking through here. But I don't know, it didn't do much to calm my nerves. I decided that I should investigate, and I don't know why, I kind of felt like drawn to this thing. Now, while I get up and start walking, I have a moment where I suddenly go dizzy, and for a few seconds, I seem to have a change of scenery. It's like I'm watching myself walk on a different path, kind of like from bird's eye view, which is really bizarre. I suddenly snap out of it after a couple of minutes, and I presume that the cigarette rush has got to my head. After not long, I'm now face to face with the door, and I knock on it one more time, and there's nothing. The door also doesn't have windows, which is odd, but I have a little headlamp thing I can tie onto my beanie, and I do that. I put the light on, and I open the door. Weirdly, it wasn't locked, which I think is pretty bizarre, but when I open this place, there are some lights on. I don't actually need the headlamp, but it's bizarre, it's very barren. It's almost like a very large room with not much in the middle other than a table and a phone. I call out hello again and I don't hear anybody. I think maybe this is an old station and I'm not actually that worried, realising it's our own thing. I stand in here for a couple of minutes just trying to take it all in, and there's a strange smell. It almost smells like meat that's gone off for a day or two, but not exactly the same, and kind of just like really old wood. Now, my ears start ringing. I jump as I realise that the phone's ringing. I also notice that the phone seems very old. It's one of those that you have to kind of wind and dial up, but I've never really seen one in person before, and I think this is pretty odd. Not knowing what to do, I just stand there and wait for it to stop ringing. It doesn't. It goes on for a good 2 or 3 minutes, and I decide that, well, I should probably answer it, thinking maybe it is one of our stations and they've seen me go in here. I go and answer the phone and say hello. There's no reply, and nobody says anything for a good couple of seconds, and then I slowly hear a voice saying, I know what you're doing. Run. And then say hello. No, this is one of the workers on duty. What are you talking about? And the line goes down. Realizing that something's definitely off now, I put the phone down and my vision goes a bit blurry. I realize now that my hands are shaking and I slowly turn around and walk out of that thing. I then start walking back the way that I've come, almost frozen in fear of what's just happened. I walk up to the hill where I was before and I lay down now. I put my hands on my head and I just lay there for a couple of moments. That's when I hear voices. Now, they weren't too close to where I was, but I can definitely hear people talking. It sounds like a group of people somewhere much further away from where I am. And with that, I slowly get up. I look in all possible directions, but I can't see anyone. I do realise that I need to get out of here now, and I start walking very quickly through the snow, uphill. I make my way downhill and eventually back onto another path that we use just for staff members now. I quickly get onto the radio, finally get my senses back, and I very quietly say what's happened and that something's definitely off. They keep asking me for my position, but because of my fear and my handshake, and I'm really struggling to operate the GPS, and I'm really struggling to get a signal at that. I can kind of get one bar, but nothing's actually registering correctly, so I realise that I'm going to have to hike most of the way back now. Thankfully, they offered to stay on the line with me and reassure me that things are going to be fine and not to worry, that it's probably just an old cabin that we used to use and forgot about. But I keep telling them who spoke to me on the phone, and they're saying nobody. Why would we call you on a telephone when we've actually got radios? And that's when I realised something was seriously off about this situation. Now, I eventually make it back to civilization and where my ranger buddies are, and I hug them. They take me inside and get me warmed up. I then report everything that happened and tell them that I want to report this to the police and that something's way off. Now, they didn't take it too seriously at first, then they just said, oh, you've probably just gone out too far and got slow blindness and just imagined it. But I tell them I know what I saw, and I know my radio wasn't working correctly, and my GPS at one point. Eventually they do call out the police and they come, and I have to go to the station with them and report what I've seen. They say not to worry and that they're going to investigate it further, and some of the other rangers also went out to investigate it. But this is the craziest thing that I don't understand. Nobody could ever find that thing. Apparently they went to the exact area where that I saw this, and all they could see is a clearing, and weirdly, parts of snow that had nothing there, exactly where a building should have been, but no building. They actually accused me of clearing it to make up my own story to try and get attention, of which actually made me really angry. But I just can't understand that. They found nothing, not a trace of the building that I saw, or any signs of people. Only my own footsteps leading up to the area that was still in the snow, then coming back another way. I didn't know what to think of the whole experience. I still don't now. I just hope that by sharing my story, I somehow get some kind of therapy from this and kind of closure, but I still don't know what to make of it. I don't know who spoke to me on that phone that day or why, and I don't think I want to. I'd probably spent too long out in the woods because I'd become incredibly comfortable out there. Every so often, I'd hear or see something that I couldn't explain, but it never really unsettled me. Now, I really had a knack for being out in the winter. I don't know why, I just really liked it. There was something about being out and the added silence that really was something I found peaceful. What made it all the better was the fact that I had a beautiful house that my family owned that was surrounded by miles and miles of forests. Now this house was quite some ways up a hill, and it was somewhere that I loved going to. It wasn't necessarily modern, and you actually had to use a stove fire, I think that's what you call it, to stay warm. We'd even use candles sometimes to stay warm up there. Now, I remembered when I was a bit younger something weird that happened. Now, I'm gonna have to tell you this from my dad's perspective because I don't really remember it clear enough, but this is what my dad said happened. So we're staying up there during one winter, just because the place is so beautiful, and to try and have a nice family holiday. I was working really hard at the time and I needed the break and clearness, so we headed up there. The first couple of days were absolutely beautiful, and it gets to Christmas Eve. We have all of the presents set up and a really nice Christmas tree, and this is a real one, not like the modern ones. We even have the fire going and it's really peaceful. My two kids at the time were really excited to see Santa Claus. There's my son and my daughter. Now, my daughter was a little bit younger but still believed in Santa, even does partly to this day. Well, that's a lot more than my son, which is why my story gets a bit weird. So, we put the kids in bed and it's just me and my wife laying there happy. Now, suddenly, my son runs in the room saying, Daddy, I saw Santa Claus out the window. Now, obviously realising something's completely wrong, I get up. I realise that my son's not just going to make this up, and I kind of panic a little. I run out to the window and I don't see anything. He says, "Look, Santa's gone off running." I open the window and put my head out and ask my son to show me where. I quickly close it and grab my son and run out the front. And, what do you know? There's a silhouette of somebody running off in the distance into the tree line. I scream out, hey, but they don't respond. They seem absolutely panicked and maybe injured. They were running a little weird. From what I can make out, they're very old and have quite a long beard, and there's not much else I can see. But this definitely wasn't Santa Claus. I chased off after them as quick as I could, but they must have really took off because I never saw them again. I wasn't stupid enough to get lost in the woods trying to track this person down, but I realised something's really off. I eventually go back to my worried wife and son and I tell them not to worry about anything. I then say, oh, Santa's come too early, almost like a joke trying to get my son to calm down, but it actually works. The daughter was also a bit upset but much happier after realising this. In their minds, I just chased off Santa and I was a monster, but in my own, I knew what happened. I asked my son to describe what happened and he said he was laying there half asleep in bed when he opened his eyes and saw Santa Claus staring at him through the window. I said how long was he there, and he said he doesn't know, but it must have been a while because he felt like somebody was there for quite some time. Apparently, he thought that maybe Santa was near and decided to pretend he was asleep for a good 10 minutes, just in case Santa was actually there about to deliver presents. Yeah, you can imagine how that made me feel, and I called the authorities, but unfortunately they didn't find anybody. So yeah, that was my dad's story, and now I find it as creepy as heck. From my perspective, it was literally just me waiting to see Santa. But looking back on it now, it really makes me feel sick. I hate the fact that things like this happen. I still have no idea who that person is, and honestly, sometimes when I'm out there on my own, I hope I find them just so I can give them a good beating, but I'll never know who it was, but it still freaks me out. Nothing too similar to that's actually happened since, and I'm quite grateful for that. Other than that, I had a really good childhood. Now, there's one other pretty creepy thing that I know that happened from when I was a bit younger, also related to this. Now, I had a friend who I'll just call Jack for the sake of this, who was my best friend at the time. Near Jack's house and not too far from the house that we had, there was a really nice wooded area. This was kind of secluded away from everything and I don't know, it just had a certain vibe to it and we had lots of fun there. One of our favourite things that we could do was climb up a really big old tree. I remembered we'd do it sometimes if we heard other people, just because we didn't want them to intrude on us and make us jump, or I don't know, we were just kids, so we were a little bit worried. Now, earlier in the day, we'd been doing some stupid things. We'd been stealing some firewood off somebody's front drive. Now, when we'd run off on the driveway, one of us would keep lookout and the other would go and grab the logs. I don't know why we did it, we literally had no use for these things, but I guess it's just a thing to do at the time. Now, we didn't actually like the people who lived here, mind you, because every time we play games outside, they would get really angry. I remembered one time we were playing catch or something and the ball went into this person's yard, and this old man comes out, grabs it, and literally doesn't give it back again. I mean, we're literally kids having fun and he can't stand it. Like he had nothing better to do other than this. Well, hey, now was time for our payback. Now, after getting as much wood as we could pretty much handle, without making it too obvious that we'd taken them, we head back to the tree. Now, we played a few games until we heard a voice screaming. They were calling out, hey, I know you're up there. Hey. So, what did we do? We panicked. I ran behind the big tree and immediately began climbing, but my friend Jack, he wasn't really a good climber and he needed all the help he could get. He started climbing up the tree and actually got a cut on his leg and started to panic, and I had to go down to rescue him. Eventually he was okay and decided to keep going higher. I told him not to and that it's a bad idea, but he didn't listen. I was in quite a good point, just out of sight, where I could peer around the tree and see what was happening up ahead. Now, there wasn't too much happening up ahead at first, so I actually grew relatively relaxed at this. Now, not too much longer later, we can hear the voice, but much louder. They say, hey, I know you're here, what are you doing? But this voice sounded different. It sounded far too deep. I also saw a couple of flashlights. It was now getting a bit dark and I thought, God, I'm really in trouble now, and I really hope that my parents don't find out. Yeah, it wouldn't have been the best if my dad had found out, because he actually warned me about playing out here, so I wasn't looking forward to potential consequences, and at the same time, I was willing to do everything I could to try and minimize the risk of getting that whooping off my dad. So I'm playing it safe. Now, they ended up coming literally to the base of the tree. One of them whacks on the base of it saying, come on, we know you're out here. And my heart falls through my chest. All they have to do is look up just a little bit and they're gonna see me. And I can now see that it's a group of angry adults. Until eventually they make their way. Now, we stayed up this tree for God knows how long. And I didn't make any communication with my friend. I knew it was a bad idea because it's going to be obvious that we're talking, and I didn't know if these people were waiting for us. I was 100% certain it was the people annoyed about us taking their wood. Also, when they left, I could see them carrying things which I'm pretty certain was a firewood, but I thought, well, at least I avoided my dad. But the problem is now that it's growing very late, and I'm going to get in much more trouble if I'm not home in time. I knew the best bet now was to say that I was going to stay at my friend Jack's house. Now, this is something I've done a few times before and that I actually really enjoyed during sleepovers, but today I didn't really want to have to do that if I didn't have to, but it was looking that way. Now, eventually I say, Jack, and I don't hear a reply, so I realise that something's off now. I say, Jack, come on, where are you? And I look up the tree, and I realise that he's gone. Thinking, how could this guy have possibly gone further? I start climbing higher and higher, until I realise that he's not there. I think, God, did he get captured? In my mind, this is the last I'm ever going to see of my friend, and I actually feel a little bit scared, and this is the first true panic set in. I eventually make my way down, and I actually hurt myself getting off the tree. I didn't judge the fall very well, and my God, I don't know how I didn't break my legs. I was quite frustrated at myself for losing my friend, and I knew I had to look for him. Now, I sat down, and it's very dark. I take one step and I hear a loud sound, which immediately I realise is a frog, and I calm down a bit. I realised just how jumpy I am now and how unsettling everything's making me. It was getting a little bit cold too, and I wasn't really dressed too well for the weather. Now I start making my way in a new direction that I haven't been before. This is through the very high grass. Now, I make it quite a long way along here saying, Jack, Jack, where are you? Jack, I need you now. We have to go. Now the last thing that I wanted to do was go out of here without my friend, but I really don't feel like I have much of an option now. I think, God, why couldn't we have just done something normal? And kind of cussed myself out for a bit. I continue walking, wading further and further through this tall grassy stuff until eventually I hear someone whistle. I drop down really quickly and turn back to see what it is. Now, initially I see somebody waving, but because of the fear, I can't really see clear and it takes a second for my eyes to adjust. Then I realise it's Jack, in the tree. He says, hey, it's clear. I say, Jack, for God's sake, how did you get up there? I was just there. And he said, hey, look, I come down, just come back quick. Don't move another inch forward. And I don't. I then start coming back the way that I went, and I realise that it's quite soggy ground around here. Now, I didn't realise how much ground I'd covered because it takes me quite a long time to end up catching up with my friend again. He says, hey, come here, no seriously, and I kind of think that I'm in danger again, so I start up the tree. I eventually make it to where my friend is, and I say, where did you go? And he says that he couldn't hear from me and he was worried that they had done something and couldn't spot me where I was, so he climbed down as quietly as he could and searched the area, then come back again. I tell him my perspective and he says I don't know how we didn't see each other, and I agree. He then says, look, I need you to come up here. I'm a little hesitant because I don't want to climb up the tree anymore because it looks dangerous, but he offers to go down, giving me enough space to get up there appropriately and safely. I do that, and eventually make it to almost at the top. As I do so, a large part of the tree falls down and makes a really loud sound, and I'm clung there. I don't want to move any further up now because it's not stable, so instead, I just look around. Now, I then see what my friend was pointing to from further down. Just up to the edge of where the grass is, there's a huge drop. Now, this is almost a cliff like I've never seen before. It's just pure blackness down the edge. I let out a large gasp and say, how did we not see that before? And Jack then tells me that I was literally only probably 2 steps away from going off the edge into the water below. Now, I know for a fact that I would have died or would have really seriously hurt myself and probably fell unconscious had I have kept on going any further. What really creeps me out about that situation is just a feeling of realisation that I was 1 step away from being really hurt, but honestly having no idea about the danger that I was in. I was really mad at myself, like honestly. But eventually we both make it down again safely, and we decided to go and check how much of the wood they've actually taken back. Jack and I then half joke about actually taking it back again, but we decided to leave it for another time. Now weirdly, we get to the exact spot where the wood should be and it does look different. We have a look around until eventually we find the pile. Now weirdly it was exactly where we'd left it before, but also there was an old busted out computer now next to it. You could see that somebody really had a go at it with a hammer, which we thought was pretty bizarre. We then realised that this is probably what the group of guys were after that we saw earlier, and we suddenly realised that it wasn't the old person that we didn't like or his friends trying to get the wood back, and that gave us chills. Now we're so unsettled by the realisation of this that we actually decide to put the wood back where it was, just so, I don't know, everything is as it seemed before. We kind of want to remove our traces and steps of ever being there, but we realise that it's not really possible, but we still do it anyway. We didn't really say many words and just gave our goodbyes, and I started the long walk home then. I actually lived on the other side of town where we are, and it took quite a while to walk back. Now I can tell you that that walk back was one of the most scary of my life. I was constantly looking around, half expecting them to find me again, and I was actually planning escape routes in case that happened. There was two ways that I could go back. One was through a main road and the other was near a big hill, and I decided to go through the big hill. It's just a bit more of a stealthy option and it just made me feel safer, and safety is really important at this time. I eventually made my way back home and I get berated off my parents for coming home so late. I say I'm really sorry and that I was going to sleep over at Jack's house, but I forgot our number to inform my mum and dad, and I got banned from going out to sleepovers or going to see Jack for a number of months, and that was quite frustrating. But I guess it was kind of the best situation out of what had happened, because I don't know who those guys were out there, or what they were doing with the computer, or who they were looking for, but the whole situation just seems messed up. I'm just glad, like really glad, that I didn't fall. And another side note thinking of it is, if I had fell not expecting to fall, I probably would have especially got hurt because I wouldn't have been able to brace myself whatsoever. You know, if something falls on you and you don't see it, it hurts so much more. Yeah, just like that. Now, those are probably the most creepy experiences I had during my childhood. Now, I have to bring you to one much closer. Now, this happened around 2 years ago, and is something that I still think about to this day. Now, there's a few different cave systems near where this house is, and they're ones that I often didn't explore. Now, there's obviously good reasons for this because it can be incredibly dangerous, but I don't know, it can kind of be enticing sometimes. And one time that I was staying up at the house on my own, I decided to go and investigate. Now, it was my fault for not having enough of a structure and kind of losing focus on what was actually important in life, and I thought, hey, why don't I go and explore a cave that I know is kind of creepy and might be an interesting thing and give me something to talk about. And yeah, I got those things, but not how I wanted. So I set off one morning. It was pretty cold out and there was actually snow everywhere still at this point. Now, that wasn't too much of an issue, and I actually had some snowshoes designed just for this. Now, they were still a little wet from the previous day, but that doesn't matter. There was lots of different kinds of trees and shrubs around me, and there was kind of a few natural paths and breaks in the trees. Now, there wasn't any snow falling currently when I set off, which is a good thing, and everything is silent, and that's just how I like it. Now, I don't have to get too far until I'm just to where the cave should be, and what do you know, bingo, I find it. Now, this cave is basically a big hole in the ground, which I guess most of them are, but there's not kind of like a doorway. There are some rocks which kind of separate it into 3 sections, and I decided to gauge how deep it is. I grab a rock and throw it in, and I don't hear it at first. I realise that it's a pretty deep one, but there's pretty good ways to get down the sides of it, which I actually follow. Now, this cave is quite a lot warmer than outside, and I kind of realise why the cavemen like caves. I had done some caving before, so I wasn't too worried about setting off now. I also had my torch attached to my head, and a few spare ones, which are really important for when you're doing anything like this. When I went in, I thought I was going to find all kinds of cool things, but there wasn't really too much to see at first. Now, I knew this cave wasn't supposed to be too deep, and I liked that. I go to one area, and I can see some really beautiful rock formations which are coming up and dripping down from the ceiling, which I found really nice. Now, there were actually some spiders that I saw, and I really don't like them, so I decided to continue on. I'm not going to go too far because obviously I'm on my own and I don't want to get lost in here. Now, that's one of the stupid things that I'd done, was I didn't inform anybody of what I was doing. I remembered that at one point there was a very strong and sudden wind chill, which I thought was really odd. I hadn't felt anything like it, and I don't know why it just come on so suddenly. Now, this was really cold, like noticeably colder than the surrounding parts, which I thought was bizarre. Now I continue on anyway, and I come up to an area where I see something odd. There's a chain swinging on its own. I don't know what this chain is or why it's there, but it's almost self-powered. I wondered whether it was actually a machine or something that somebody had left in there, because I knew nobody else was there but me. I do a quick hey, hello, and I don't hear anything. I think this is pretty bizarre, and I call out again, almost convinced that there should be somebody out there other than me, but no, there's no one. Again, I think this is rather bizarre, and I continue on. I'm almost at my endpoint now, and I don't want to go much further, and I basically avoided the chain, thinking that it's something that could be explained. Now at the time, it didn't hit me how creepy that was, and how bizarre it was that that was left in there. I just thought some other hiker had been in there, or explorer like me, and just left some of their equipment there swinging, and I thought maybe it was somehow motorized. I guess I just wasn't thinking. Now, eventually I hear a whipping sound, and I hear that it's coming from behind me. I turn around again and realise it's from that chain that I heard before. I'm now convinced someone's in here with me, and I realise that they may need help. I then turn around and go to where the chain is, and it's still swinging like before. I then go up to it, and weirdly, I can see that there's nothing to make it swing. I hold it for a second and let go, and it suddenly stops. Now at this point it wasn't swinging so fast, but I was almost certain that it shouldn't be moving like this, and I'm looking for someone who might be in danger or need help. I call out hey, and again I'm just met with echoes. I use my other torch now so I can see a bit better, but there's still no one. Annoyingly too, I actually cut parts of my head on one of the things hanging down from the rock formation above me. It's not a big cut, but it's annoying because I'm worried it's going to turn septic. I then decide that now is probably a good time to get out of here and start heading back, when I hear something. It almost sounds like a low growl, but it's only for a second and I can't be too certain at what I'm hearing. I think this is pretty weird, and I think maybe there's an animal that's got lost in here. Ah yes, that would make perfect sense. An animal's probably come and brushed it, and I've just been in here creeping myself out. And I decide to continue. I think that I'm getting out here and I don't have any time for it. But then I hear the sound again, though this time it sounds more like a moaning. Now, I'm not entirely convinced that what I'm actually hearing. It kind of sounds like an animal, but it kind of sounds like a person too, so it's pretty hard to figure out what this is. I'm trying to figure out where this sound is coming from, but it's really hard to approximate because of the echoes, until eventually it grows a bit louder and I know where it is. It's somewhere in the inky blackness, not much further ahead. Now I've got to figure out what this is. The curiosity was kind of killing me now, and I take my first few steps towards it. Now the first I noticed of it is when a shadow was cast from my torch. I can see the silhouette of something. Not exactly certain if I wasn't looking at another rock formation. I edge closer, and that's when I see it. Hunched over, in the shape of an elongated human body, is something almost in a praying position. I look up and lock eyes with whatever this thing is, and I see some piercing dark red glowing back at me as my flashlight illuminates whatever this thing is. Now in a split second, I turned around and was bolting out of there as quick as I possibly could. Now I didn't have much time to think. I was like a trapped person with a wild animal trying to get back desperately. What I saw I can only describe as a half human, half statue, half creature, which was really too long and skinny. It had some human features, but I couldn't make out much of a mouth or anything. just these absolutely disgusting, demonic looking eyes. Now I've done lots of research since trying to find anything similar to what I saw, but I just can't find anything. Now of course none of this is going through my head while I'm sprinting back, but I just have this terrible feeling. You know, like when you're running in a nightmare and you can't get away quick enough when your legs aren't moving? Well, imagine having that but also being trapped in a cave and trying not to get lost. Yeah, it was really frustrating. I looked over my shoulder every so often and I can't see anything. But every so often, ever so faintly, I can hear a weeping sound. I don't know whether it was getting closer and I don't know where it was coming from because of the echoes, but it was sure as heck there. Now in my desperation, I get stuck. I get my arm half wedged in one of the lodges on the way and I can't get it out. I keep pulling and let out a kind of quiet muted scream as I'm punching my arm, desperately saying, "No, no, no, come on." I keep glancing back every couple of seconds just to make sure whatever that thing is hasn't moved an inch, but I can't see it. I keep punching until eventually I free my arm and unfortunately cut it in the process. I got a nasty gash on my forearm and again I'm worried about it getting infected. I've now made it about 3/4 of the way out of the cave and I'm starting to see some lights. The rocks are incredibly jagged in this area and I'm not going up the way you should. I'm going up the quickest way that I can and I pay the consequences. As I start climbing the final ascent, some of the rocks fall off and again I cut my hand. I'm not too worried about it right now and I'm just desperately trying to get away from this thing. I have to stop for one moment to catch my breath and get ready for the last pull which I need to get up, and that's when I hear it again, the weeping sound. It didn't sound closer than before, but it's still there. I give myself one last pull and eventually I'm freed from the cave. I climb out as quickly as I can and I'm constantly looking in all directions. I don't feel like I'm out of danger whatsoever and I don't know if I'm going to get chased again, so I decide to keep moving quickly. I look back and I notice something dripping down and to my horror I see blood. I don't know what it is or why it's there when I suddenly realise that it's my own blood and that I need to get back to help quickly. So I continue going through the woods in the cold, feeling very scared on my own, trying to get back to civilization. I have quite a way to go and I keep telling myself, "You're so stupid, you're so stupid. Why on God's earth did you do that? Why did you go in there alone? What did you benefit from this?" And I don't know, I just felt kind of a deep shame and fear. I don't stop looking behind myself trying to figure out where this person or thing was. Now, I eventually make it back to the house and I manage to patch myself up not long before I get into my truck and drive over to the hospital. They give me some shots and help patch me up even better, and that's because I wasn't sure exactly what I'd been cut on. They were worried that it was rusty metal or something like that, and all the other nasties. They asked the same question that I asked myself, which is, why did you go in there alone? I say I don't know, I just felt drawn to it, and I don't actually bother telling them about what I saw. Now, I eventually make it back to one of my friend's houses, and he asked what the cuts were about, and I just made up some excuse. I really didn't want to think about what had happened again. I really pained myself even doing it for this writing. Now I don't know if the events that I told you about are somehow linked, or whether the creature that watched me through the window is the same one that I had seen in that cave, but whatever I saw, I know wasn't a living person like you and me. I don't know what it was and it really haunts me.